Yo, what up? Got some dumb shit to react to today.
Israel's just indiscriminately blowing up.
Indiscriminately. What percentage of buildings have been either damaged or destroyed in Gaza?
Probably about 50-50.
The UN has actually put it higher.
The fact check, as you guys can see, says 2026 data. This was one of 3 or 4 separate times that I had to fact check the fact checkers behind the scenes during break. And she goes, yeah, you're right. They definitely messed that up. They got that wrong. Send me a text. She said, we'll put a note in the episode or a disclaimer. This is from the UN's actual website. They never made that disclaimer, never showed that note, which is why unfortunately I have to make this video. So this video is not going to be another debate video. It's going to be talking about Jubilee, the YouTube
I'm doing good, thanks.
channel, and how biased that organization is. So just so you guys know, I was actually on Jubilee like over a year and a half.
Jubilee is just fucking like cancer. Just straight up cancer. Oh man, I don't know why everyone's such like an actual fucking bitch, you know?
Ago, and I was going against Rudy Rockman. Rudy Rockman was in the middle, and there was going to be 20 pro-Israelis. Now, I know a lot of you guys probably saw recently Rudy Rockman go against 20 pro-Palestinians. He actually had an episode where it was going to be 20 pro-Israelis. It's actually a pretty decent episode. It never got released. The reason I bring it up, though, is my limited experience with Jubilee at that time seemed like they were a center-left organization. Again, limited experience, but they seemed at least relatively fair. More recently, I was on the one with Glenn Green.
Buddy, they're fucking a bunch of mixed race people living in California. Like, what the hell are you thinking? No, they're just fucking straight up commies. Dodo donate $2. Let me see. I'm a rapist. Aw, you're sweet. I'm a normal Democrat. Hello, human resources. Yeah, because apparently this guy is pro-Palestine, right? Yeah, fucking Kyle Klinsky's just a fucking piece of shit. I think that chick accusing him of, like, sexual assault is just completely and utterly full of shit. Her story makes no sense. Like, apparently this guy drove to her house, like, practically blackout drunk. Then, rather than, like, calling the police or anything, she just, like, lets him rape her without any real anything going on. She didn't try to call anybody. Then after the rape happens, rather than, again, calling the police, oh, I let him stay the night. I didn't want him to drive home drunk. Yeah, you know what would have prevented that? Calling the fucking police. So, like, that's just some bullshit. Also, the Nazi accusations, they don't really seem to hold much weight. Yeah, like, that tattoo's sus, but he had a fairly reasonable explanation for it. I still think that guy's a fucking idiot, though. Erdogan's daughter calls for decolonizing the West and replacing its ideals with African and Muslim ones. Yeah, how about no? You can get raped in your own country. We really don't want the rape cult here. Why is an unofficial government account referencing the Jimmy Neutron Fairly Odd Parents crossover episode from 20 years ago? Yeah, that's the thing. Paul Walczak took $10.9 million out of his nursing home employees' paychecks, their Social Security, Medicare taxes. Bought $2 million yacht, sentenced to 18 months and $4.4 million restitution. Mother attended a $1 million a plate Mar-a-Lago dinner. 12 days later, full pardon. Yeah, that's fucking Trump.
This is everything I ate at a customizable hot pot as a vegan. This is one of my favorite dishes ever because you can choose anything that goes into your malasiangol. Just look at that variety. You start off with sliced potatoes, a big bunch of spinach, lotus root is a must.
What do you mean I'm a Zionist now? At what point do you think I ever supported a bunch of radical Islamist terrorist retards?
In mala. Tofu puffs are also a must because they soak up all the flavor. King oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, they even had knife cut noodles here. Love that they had fried tempeh. I love tempeh. We took more greens and vegan spam to try as well. Then it was time to weigh. This came ingredients. gets here, the mala cool the spice
Yeah, it doesn't look that great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Cheesecake, mangoose, Nutellers. Holy shit. Let me see. Oh, wow. He is very cheesecake and mangoosey. Oh my god. You're so chubby. What a good chub. Oh, that's good. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. That is so good. Wow. So person. Give him the snack. Oh my god, I wish I had one of these guys. Oh, they look like so much fun. I love groundhogs. That's good. Pig. That looks like a nice pig. Those are some good groundhogs.
Everybody being so mean to the Hyrax. I love this animal, and y'all give him way too much disrespect. Every time I see a...
Yeah, Hyraxes are nice. They share evolutionary lineage with elephants. It's pretty weird. Thanks for the donation, Cheesecake. Emma, don't you tell ours, lol, you're still wrong about Takia, but keep pretending like you know what you're talking about to your dick-riding viewers while I keep posting you as a prejudiced dumbass, like this lying Zionist. What is this dumb shit?
Answer your question, what I find to be problematic with Islam is the things that are taught in the Quran and in Sunnah.
Give me an example of something.
Ibn Abbas, right, and Ibn Kathir both agree in their tafsir. Ibn Abbas, one of the companions of the Prophet, when it talks about killing the polytheists. A lot of Muslims will say, oh, no, that was just at a specific time. But Ibn Abbas and Ibn Kathir specifically say in the tafsir that actually it wasn't just for a specific time, and there was a 4-month period put onto the polytheists, specifically to remove all treaties and peace with them.
Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do you have a problem with self-defense?
What does that have to do with what I said? What did I say to you?
I'm asking you a
What
quick
did I
answer
say
the
to
question.
you? No,
Do
because
you
this
have
is
a problem with...
Is this her channel? Oh my god. This chick is like actually a fucking retard. I've seen her debate inspiring philosophy and shit. Like, she's actually a fucking dumbass. She adds in the fucking like musical stings as if it makes her sound right. Just random vids, only $2. That's a nice dog. It's very muddy. It's getting clean now. Yeah, very muddy. And a dog's gonna be clean. You can see him getting cleaner. Yeah, he's getting cleaned good. Wow. My goodness. Oh, that's nice. Now he's nice and clean. Like to see her pull-ups. Is this just some like out of shape fat bitch complaining about a dude who works out?
A pull up, not a pull up, not a pull up, not a pull up.
Okay, great. Even Nick Fuentes approves the Odyssey. Yeah, I've seen that clip. I'm not gonna bother watching it.
Atheists vary just like Christians vary. The worst versions of them are essentially believers in the religion of atheism.
Right. That's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation. Just random vids.
Greenwald, and most recently I was on a 4v4 where there was pro-Israel Republicans versus anti-Israel Republicans. We're going to get into some bias that happened during the Glenn Greenwald one that I ignored for good reason, but this time I cannot ignore it about what they did with the pro-Israel versus anti-Israel 4v4. So before we get into what happened during the latest Jubilee episode, I want to show you guys what happened with the Glenn Greenwald one. Now, this one was released about 2 months ago, I think, and we filmed it, I want to say over 3 months ago. And this is when I first noticed a slight bias with Jubilee, but honestly, I didn't really see it as that big a deal, so I hardly mentioned it.
To claim is President Trump is subservient to the Israel lobby.
Okay, so I was the first one up for this claim, as you guys will see right here. Let me skip forward a little bit. There you go, right there. So as you guys can see right there, 20 minutes on the clock is a fresh clock. This is a real-time clock. It actually goes down the whole time. Now let's skip forward to when the clock actually starts to go down. Okay, so about right here. There you go, right there. So the clock actually starts to go down. We're at 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Not the clock, I'm talking about the timestamp on the YouTube video to show you guys real time versus the YouTube time. Now, if you guys want to see the video, just go watch it. It's pretty good. Some people did very well, some people not so hot. But regardless, I'm just going to skip forward because I was up there for like 9.5 minutes, maybe close to 10 minutes. Let's see. Okay, right here.
He said in interviews, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's when the time actually stops. Let's see. Yeah, right there. So the timestamp right now on the YouTube video is 27 minutes and 53 seconds. Now, with the timestamp on the clock being 10:23, that means in real time, 9 minutes and 37 seconds passed, right? And then in the YouTube time, it was 7 minutes and 58, right? 58 seconds have passed. So that means not quite, but almost 2 minutes were cut out of a little over a 9.5 minute debate. Now, I get it, and this is why I didn't really mention, Nick, so they cut out like 2 minutes of a...
There's no defending the warmongering Israeli government unless you're low IQ. Congratulations, you're banned. See you later. Thank you, retard. Yeah, Israel's warmongering. That's why literally every war they've engaged in is defensive.
At Democracy Dame, right, he is defending Israel. Israel is based, and Palestine is pure evil and must be destroyed.
These fucking people were having parties in the street during 9/11, and you have these beta male retard faggots that live in the United States. Israel's evil. They're warmongers. Yeah, when your own country got fucking attacked by Islamic terrorists, they were all cheering, and then you're standing up for them. Like, you're actually a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo and Taylor's blatant anti-Semitism make Destiny call this out publicly and denounce Brian. Yeah, well, I've known for a while now that Tyler Cohen's just a fucking brain-rotted commie retard. Oh, look, a Jew is talking to somebody. He must be giving him orders. The Jews control everyone and everything. Are you kidding me? Like, that's literally... Dude, if I, like... Tyler Cohen is such a fucking sack of shit. I really wish this guy, like, I don't know, did jujitsu or something so I could just show up to his fucking jujitsu class and just break his fucking legs. What a fucking asshole. Coalition of New York City's Jewish Bar Associations is accusing Mamdani of excluding Jews from his new advisory committee on the judiciary. In a letter, the attorneys say the omission follows a troubling pattern that has left many Jewish New Yorkers. Jews make up only 11 to 12% of New York City's population, but roughly 50% of New York City's lawyers. If you're forming a large committee of lawyers in New York City and not a single Jew makes the cut, that is not a coincidence. Yeah, that is not a coincidence. Inside Pakistan's high-stakes gamble on Trump. Maybe I'll watch that later, but we got some shit to get through. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
9.5 minute debate. I think that's pretty significant, but is it really worth mentioning? I'm sure it was just little editing tricks, little pauses, stuff like that. No. Almost exclusively, most of that was actually cut out of the beginning, where I already made, even in the edited video, Glenn Greenwald look really bad. Within seconds, he's already conceding, and he's trying to, you know, get out of this corner. in real time, he was stuttering. It didn't look well. And then later he kind of collected himself and sort of got out of a corner by saying, oh, you just kind of want to, you know, frame it so that way if you can point to one thing or something like that. Actually, let's watch that part because you can hear in real time the cut.
Subservience literally defined as in a subordinate manner you are controlled by in a very direct way.
You want to set it up so that if you can point to
So notice how in the background I'm saying, right, to kind of nothing because he literally just started speaking. It's because he didn't actually literally start speaking. So why didn't I really mention it? I think maybe on my live, but I didn't really mention that much because again, does it matter that they edit it? No, we sign things. They have every right to edit anything. They can edit the whole entire thing out if they wanted to. I'm just simply trying to give you guys a little pre-warning about the bias that they
At Doomerex what? He's Jewish, he's a traitor to his own race.
Yeah, I don't see why it matters if any of these people are Jewish. Like, you can be racist to your own fucking race. Like, look at Tommy Sotomayor.
have.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But to be fair, I also kind of ignored it because Glenn is the main show in this. I'm one of the 20. He is the one. So maybe I thought it makes sense. They're just trying to make the middle kind of look slightly better or maybe not as bad. That makes sense. So I didn't really mention it. So now let's get on with the most recent Jubilee episode. So this is a new show they're doing called Checkmate. There was one other one that was released like a week or two ago, but they were filmed the exact same day. The one that they released before and this episode right here. During it, you have two fact checkers. I don't know how the first episode ran. I assume it's the same. I was only on this one, which is the second episode. The fact checkers admitted to us that they use AI and actual sources. When they're required to fact check something, I believe they get 4 minutes to fact check it. And I said from the very beginning to the producers, when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, that's going to be tough for the fact checkers. Like, I'm not even necessarily trying to hate on the fact checkers because you can have an Al Jazeera report say one thing and you can find another source say a completely opposite thing. And that's for both sides. It's not even like for Israel or Palestine side. Anyways, enough talk. Let me just show you guys what happened and I'll get into what happened behind the scenes.
Basically making the argument Hamas is using civilians as a human shield. And I'm saying Israel's just indiscriminately blowing up
indiscriminately.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what
building.
percentage of buildings have been either damaged or destroyed in Gaza?
Before I keep going, I made this point, and the reason I'm going to say it now is because they didn't let me make the whole entire point, but I was trying to show if it's indiscriminate, why is the percentage of the death toll of the whole population about 3, maybe 3.5%? And that's according
Dodo Donatellers, can you share that Brian video and DM with Destiny? Tell me he needs to call this guy up publicly. Sure, I can do that. He's just gonna ignore it. He never calls these people out or criticizes them because guess what? They're like, they help him out, so like he doesn't want to alienate himself from the rest of the Democratic Party, but then he'll complain about the DSA infiltration and he'll completely allow it because it's beneficial for him, you know, career-wise.
At Daniel Skedel 3617. Why are you so mad at Palestine? VG, because they were celebrating 9.11 and shouting death to America that way. Also, it is not black and white, Israel is based and Palestine is scum. The end.
Okay, I sent Destiny that clip. Yeah, Palestinians are just some of the most degenerate scumbags on planet Earth. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
to Hamas's numbers, it's not even like actual numbers, and the percentage of destroyed or damaged buildings being so much higher, it's not even close. Indiscriminate, you would see scientifically a percentage that was closer.
me a guess. Don't fact check this. Just give me a guess.
Yeah, but a guess if you fact check me.
Just say I guess.
Based on the pictures I've seen, probably about 50-50.
Yeah, so he's saying 50-50 in terms of damage or destroy 50% and 50% not touched at all.
So the UN has actually put it higher, closer to 90%.
So
damage or destroy, no, not destroy, damage or destroy. Most of it probably
That's pretty
is damage.
crazy.
Right.
It actually
now,
goes to the element of you created conditions where they can't.
Right, let me ask.
I know he said I think, but I think 90% is high enough that, like, with a 10% margin of error, I'd like to check if 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been destroyed or anything.
So he's asking me within 80 to, I guess, 100%, 10% margin of error. That's what they fact checked. Now, I was actually super excited because I had just read this source and I knew that some sources put it as low as 60% and older sources, but some that go as high as 90%. So I thought the fact check is going to go my way. Perfect, easy win. And then I'll get to make my actual point because it really sucks to stop right here just to be like, look at all these destroyed buildings. And then I'm not actually making my point. And here is the fact check.
False. 2026 UN and OCHA data overall damage.
So the fact checkers say, and by the way, I want to point out,
I was waiting for the Professor Dave Explains beef. Are you gonna debate him?
No, he's a cowardly, lying sleazebag pussy. I've called him out for a debate on Israel-Palestine, and this jackass just left me on red. He saw my message challenging him to a debate, and he never got back to me. So he just wants to spread anti-Semitic bullshit propaganda, claim Jews are in control of everything, they're genocidal, and then when anybody calls him out for it to challenge any of his claims, he just fucking ignores them. And this is the same guy who whines and complains when people who are like scientifically illiterate won't debate him, and then he calls them liars and manipulators. So he's literally just as bad as all the fucking anti-science religious whack jobs he fucking criticizes. He spreads lies and fucking bullshit for ideological reasons, and then won't fucking debate when anybody can challenge his stupid bullshit claims. Thanks for the donation, Wang.
I have nothing against the guys that we went against. Kai was the one that fact-checked me. Kai was actually very...
At Daniel Scaddle 3617, who cares? Those children being killed by Israel will most likely grow up to be Jew-hating Nazis anyway.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Lovely. We all actually all got dinner together. Listen, I'm sure if I knew more about these guys, there's probably things I don't agree with them on, obviously. So I'm not going to say anything about their character. I'm just simply saying the moment when we were behind the
Look how beta they look.
scenes, we were all being cordial, except for Dennis. But to be honest, I think Dennis just likes to troll, just to be honest. So I don't really have anything bad to say about him either. Regardless, the fact check, as you guys can see, says 2026 data. And I'm in my mind like, that's not true. And I started to question myself. Like, wait a minute, did I not read what I read? I also want to make something clear. This was one of 3 or 4 separate times that I had to fact check the fact checkers behind the scenes during break. And when I
at
say
Yari 11 and at Fairy Lumu. Congratulations, you're both banned.
What's going on here? Bye, and, Yari, who's the fucking retard? Okay, bye. See you later, faggots. If you want to suck Muslim cock so bad, go to Afghanistan. Most Muslims there, most Muslim men there are gay, so you'll be able to suck plenty of Muslim cock that hates America, hates Jews, so just go visit Afghanistan. They're actually pretty welcoming to tourists at this point. So if you want to have gay fucking sex with some Muslims that you love so much that hate America and want to kill you and your people and your culture, just go there. Go visit Afghanistan.
Several times, not just for my opinion. I'm saying I showed the producer, one of them that was there, and she literally was like, well, what's your source? And for this one, I was like, it's the United Nations official website. And she goes, yeah, you're right. They definitely messed that up. They got that wrong. Send me a text, which I'll put on the screen right here of the text message I sent her. And she said, we'll put a note in the episode or a disclaimer. By the way, they never made that disclaimer, never showed that note, which is why, unfortunately, I have to make this video, which, of course, will never get as many views as the Jubilee episode. So this says October 11, 2025, so I'm not even really using a brand new source. They said they were using a source from 2026. They obviously lied. Maybe they used AI, and I'm trying to be, like, nice to them. I think they just straight up lied. And anyways, it says approximately 81% of all structures in the Gaza Strip are damaged, right? And then...
No, they don't only like young boys. They actually fuck each other. You can talk to some special forces operators that were killing Taliban in Afghanistan. They would conduct raids where they'd kill Taliban and they'd literally find them dead in the middle of like gay sex.
And it even talks about destroyed structures down here. So obviously I was very much correct. Again, this is from 2025. It's probably even closer to 90%, but regardless, even that is enough. So like I said, I showed the producer, hey, this is from the UN's actual website. And yeah, she's just like, yeah, they messed up. They screwed up. Again, I am not here to say, oh, they messed up, they're biased. No, it's the fact that they did nothing about it, nothing to correct it, no disclaimer like they said they would do. They didn't actually care. And again, I'm not here to talk bad about the opposing team. Again, they were very lovely. I actually still talked with some of them after the fact. I have no qualms with them. It's not their fault. In fact, there was times where Gerard and Kai were like, yeah, to be fair, this doesn't make a lot of sense. I didn't watch the full episode, but I'm sure they didn't put that in. And they were like, yeah, we can put that back or we can remove this. And we were trying to be cordial to each other. Are you guys like me and you take your coffee very seriously, but you also support Israel and the United States of America? Well, here's an American company called Iron Dome Coffee, and they give 18% of their profits to Blaha, Friends of the IDF, Christians United for Israel, and Magen David Adom. All absolutely incredible organizations. They have done over 30,000 orders in all 50 states, 2,000 plus monthly subscribers, and they have donated over $28,000 so far. This one right here is Jerusalem Sunrise. Now, this one is whole beans, but they also have the ground coffee. They even have the cold brew, and if you have a Keurig, they have those pods. Check out in the promo. If you do, head over to Iron Dome Coffee, pick up support Israel during this tough time. Let's get back to the video. And just to remind everyone, just to make sure, because somebody sent a text message to Matt Nuclear just yesterday. I don't know who it was from because he didn't tell me, saying, well, Nick was wrong because he didn't say damaged or destroyed. I just want to make sure everyone hears me one more time say it.
Buildings have been either damaged or destroyed in Gaza.
Right there. And I even double up.
So damage or destroyed? No, not destroyed. Damage or destroyed. Most of it probably.
And there again, I say damage or destroyed. Let me show you guys the next clip. So this one, I wasn't up there, but it was a fact check that the fact checkers, of course, got wrong again. Let's just listen.
Give me comparative data. Your entire race needs to be eradicated from the face of the earth. What I'm asking, not entire race.
All right, Kai, I see you pressed your button. Which claim would you like to fact check?
I don't know. This is like difficult to substantiate, but I think it's a big rhetorical charge to say that they want to extinguish, your people off the face of the earth.
Look at the Hamas charter, the Hamas mission statement.
Yeah, that their goal is to eradicate, Jewish people?
From all countries, because he said off the face of the earth.
Off the face of the earth.
Yeah, so that's absolutely 100% correct. In fact, I'm surprised actually that Kai didn't really know this. Everyone knows that Hamas's charter says this. So here's from Hamas's charter. Arab and Islamic people should augment by further steps on their part. Islamic groupings all over the Arab world should also do the same. So I think it was Gerard that said, does it really mean like all over the world or just Israelis and Israel or Israeli Jews? No, it meant all over the world, since all of these are the best equipped for the future role in the fight with warmongering, not Israelis, not Zionists, Jews. And of course, we know the famous hadith that they put in the charter, the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims, not Palestinians, not even Arabs, fight the Jews, not Israelis, not Zionists, killing the Jews, when the Jew will hide behind stones and trees will say, oh, Muslims, oh, Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. Only the Garquad tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the tree of the Jews, whatever that means. And this comes from Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. So now that we're all very, very clear on what we should have already all known, let's see how the fact check.
I'm noticing the title I made is inviting a lot of gay beta male fucking retards. So, not sure if you're aware of this, but Israel isn't committing war crimes. Hamas is committing war crimes. They're using human shields, they're disguising themselves as civilians, they're stealing humanitarian aid, and they're actually just straight up targeting and killing civilians. They've killed a bunch of fucking aid workers who refuse to give them, just give up food, supplies, medicine, what have you. So no, it's Hamas that are committing the fucking war crimes, you fucking retard.
Fact check it.
To eradicate all Jewish people. Fact checkers have come to a verdict, and that statement is false.
I want to remind everyone.
Both sides are committing war crimes. And let me guess, your only evidence is that stupid New York Times article, which showed absolutely no indication that Israelis had anything to do with the death of those children, right? Oh, no, wait, I saw a TikTok video where a kid had their arms and legs blown off. The only way that could happen is a war crime, right? It's not like Hamas is like actually forcing people to not evacuate when there's a fucking warning.
They're about to say, well, the 2017, they're about to say what you guys all know they're about to say. But I want to remind everyone that the Persian guy never actually said anything about which charter. And if we're going to go with, yeah, but you know, it's a newer thing, look at how they've been speaking since 2017. But let's listen.
The current Hamas charter does not contain an explicit direct statement calling for the elimination.
So as you guys can see how pissed off I am, it's because I knew that this talking point, what it was. I didn't know that they were going to do it, but I know this talking point. But even if we give the fact checkers a little bit of a break, because maybe they just didn't know, it says in multiple places, right here, here's one right here. The leaders clarified that the document was not replacing the Hamas charter, but was aimed at adapting the movement's position to the current time, aka they were trying to look nicer. And if that's not good enough, here's some May 1st, 2017. This is BBC. New Hamas policy aims to soften image. Says again, Hamas officials have said that the new document does not replace the group's 1988 charter. So one, the Persian guy did not say.
Are you saying the UN saying Israelis are violating human rights are all paid? Where do I begin with this fucking horseshit? Do you think the UN is unbiased against Israel? You realize back in the 1980s, there were a group of Palestinian hijackers who hijacked a plane. They kidnapped all the passengers. They flew to Uganda, which at the time there was a dictator there who was friendly to the Palestinian terrorists. Israeli special forces ended up having this really elaborate plan to basically go into Uganda, shoot and kill the terrorists, and rescue the hostages. And one of the members in that special forces teams was Bibi Netanyahu's brother, who died. Guess what the UN did after Israel shot and killed terrorists and rescued their own hostages and brought them back home? They accused Israel of conducting piracy. So yeah, that's how biased the UN is against Israel. When they shoot and kill terrorists and rescue hostages, Israeli Jewish hostages, they accuse them of committing piracy. And literally every one of the fucking claims that the UN has made is wrong, and they've had to actually backtrack and apologize. The UN was accusing Israel of starving people. They just recently released a statement saying that's not true, and it was actually Hamas that was primarily responsible for the issues in aid going to Palestinians, because Hamas was hijacking these aid trucks and basically hoarding all the supplies so that they could sell them for exorbitant prices and shit and just keep it for themselves. So, the UN said so. Well, that's great. You're literally saying one of the most biased anti-Jewish organizations is saying Israel bad. That doesn't really mean much. That's like saying, the Nazis say the Jews are bad. Well, yeah, they're Nazis. What do you fucking expect, dumbass? Kenny Donate $2, what's good, bro? I think he's probably just a little bit of a pussy. I don't think I could get knocked over by a rabbit. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
Hi VG. How many calories do you eat per day? What is the macro ratio you're trying to consume?
I'm eating 1,850 calories per day right now because I'm dieting. I don't care about fucking macro ratios. Thanks for the donation, Batman.
Say anything about which charter. You can go off of how they speak even after 2017. In fact, just in case you guys don't want to believe me, this is from 2019. This is Hamas official Fatih Hamad. Let's see what he has to say about the Israelis, or actually Jews. Again, for Gerard, who, again, nice guy, nothing against him. It's not his fault that the fact checkers did this. It is the face of the earth, not Israel, not a fight against these specific areas, not Zionist, Jew, face of the earth. Yep. Yeah, just a little bit more because honestly, it really just shows who they are.
عملنا شغلنا مصانع جديدة للأحزمة شغالة كل واحد مين بده حنصف على الدور حسام يلا.
This part, he actually gives another option if you don't like the boom boom vest.
سكاكين تطلع 5 شيكل. ركبة اليهودي حقها قديش عنا 5 شيكل.
Actually, just one more for good measure, because this one also needs to be debunked because a lot of people mess up. The Amalek verse.
Eden, you made the claim that Netanyahu in his 2023 speech was not invoking the biblical verse of Samuel when discussing Amalek.
True.
Our fact checkers could not come to a verdict.
The fact checkers could not come to a verdict, and my face says it all.
It was a complete and utter misquote. Everybody knows this. Like, this is being widely publicized that it's just bullshit. And then, like, okay, like, let me just give you a pro tip. Look at these so-called fact checkers. Notice how they look like beta male fucking faggots who you'd, like, beat up in high school? Yeah, don't listen to fucking, like, beta male douchebag dipshits who look like this. Simple. Like, yeah, if they literally look like they fucking suck cock, spread their asshole, if they look like they, you know, they're one of those dudes who are like, I love Muslims. Muslim immigration is fine. There's no problem with that. What else? I think I don't think communism is that bad. I actually like watching Hassan. He has some good points. If they look like somebody like that, don't listen to them.
True.
Our fact checkers could not come to a verdict.
The fact checkers could not come to a verdict, and my face says it all. Anyone who's actually ever read the Bible understands that Amalek is mentioned in more than just one verse. I know, big shock, right? This article actually puts it well. The South African charging document also misattributed the source of Netanyahu's quote inaccurately.
Jeez, I wonder what kind of excuse SJWs will make for a speech like that.
I've heard it all. Oh, they're being taken out of context. If you actually listen to their real position, they don't actually hate all Jews. They just hate Zionism. They'll just straight up lie like that. They'll claim, oh, they changed their position, which they haven't. Or, you know, the typical cope. Well, not all Muslims are bad. You know, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Suggesting that he was referring to 1 Samuel 15. Netanyahu, however, didn't quote that passage. Instead, remember what Amalek has done to you is from Deuteronomy 25 and refers to how God saved the Israelites from the peril posed by the Amalekites in the desert. In the context of Deuteronomy, the phrase appears among a litany of commandments and is seen by Jewish scholars as a commandment to remember what God is with the Jews even in times of peril. We're gonna wrap this video up, but obviously that is very true. In fact, outside of The Hague, and I think Yad Vashem also has plaques in other parts of the world that has that exact same, remember what Amalek did to you. Everyone heard the word Amalek and they just go, you want to kill every single Palestinian baby and dog.
It doesn't even make any fucking sense. They're not what is the fucking term? Amalekites or whatever?
Dude, stop. In fact, it was used against the Nazis. Does that mean that the Jews were saying that they should eradicate the German people? No. And for those that said, yeah, but you know, the militaries around the world did end up fighting the Nazis. Okay, but then you would compare that to Hamas. So either you think Netanyahu was talking about Hamas as if a group just like the Nazis, or you are double speaking with yourself. The point I'm making is with these false fact checks, with the ones that I mentioned and the others, they actually wouldn't have gained the points and they would have been in a position.
Both Israel and Hamas are evil. No. One is a modern liberal Western democracy. The other is a radical fascist Islamic jihadist group. So, yeah, you're retarded.
That even if they wagered every single point, we would have won by default. But that's not what this video is about, because honestly, it doesn't really matter. It's Jubilee. Me and Dennis actually talked about it after. The guy on the other side, we're like, yeah, this doesn't actually matter. We all got dinner after. Again, the opposing team, they were all cordial. Everything was great. And honestly, we agree on a lot of stuff. Obviously, one side's anti-Israel, one side's pro-Israel, but we actually have a lot of similar goals that we want to see in America. So nothing against them. But the point I'm making with what I noticed with the Glenn Greenwald thing, that I was like, not that big a deal. Maybe I shouldn't overthink it. Now what I noticed with this and the fact that they said, we will put disclaimers because they said I was right, that these fact checkers messed up. Again, whether they did it on purpose, I'm not going to say that.
Oh, they did it on purpose. Just look at them. They're just fucking beta male dorks.
I do know that they said that they use AI to help them. And so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that the AI probably gave them some information.
21st, $22. Let me see.
But my topic for the
Oh
day.
no, somebody's complaining. Did we already watch this? Vegan Gains said he could deadlift as much as me if he worked on it. Yeah, we've already seen this. And this is the whole fucking live stream. I've already seen the clip. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And they ran with it because they're, to be fair, only given 4 minutes to find a fact check. So this isn't even really against the fact checkers. It's about how Jubilee handles it, especially when they're faced with the truth. And they even admit that it was correct. They promise, oh yeah, we'll just put the disclaimers. It might look weird, but it's a new show, so whatever. We're still working out the kinks too. I'm sure they probably talked about it and were like, you know what, let's just not do it because, you know, clicks and likes and whatnot instead of accuracy. And what I wish we had, because they're such a left-wing organization, very clearly, I know during the first episode that I wasn't part of, because everyone, even the people on the left-wing side, told me that they had a fact checker with literal blue hair who was arguing under her breath.
Yeah, the blue hair. That's a dead giveaway.
During the episode. And then when she got so upset about a fact check that didn't go her way, she literally cried and stormed off the set halfway through. What we need, because we're not talking
like the fact that Jubilee brought on a quote-unquote fact checker with blue hair. Like, what does that fucking tell you? They are not interested in actually fact-checking anything.
About some onesie-twosie thing. We're talking about politics. These things do actually matter. And if you're going to have a channel that is so large that you dominate this space, at least on YouTube, then you should have the responsibility to put forth something that is more center. Even if it's center left, center right, but something more center. I'm not even calling for there to be whoever to start a Jubilee-style channel.
21st Century Tellers, it's not the same dude. This was the clip. Oh, okay, he's wearing a different shirt. He's responding to you, reacting to the clip. I don't really care.
For the day, in his prime age category, has made the statement that if he really worked on it, he could deadlift as much. You're telling me on like a gram of gear and weighing 260 pounds that
I don't weigh 260. I weigh 220.
You would have to work on it to deadlift as much as a 50-year-old man.
Again, Blaha wants everybody to believe that he's been 50 years old his entire life. Like every single time he falls back on the age thing. It's like, I'm 50. It's like he'll brag about how strong he is, but then when anybody's stronger than him, well, I'm 50. Like, okay, well, you haven't been 50 your entire life.
Well, why can't he already deadlift more than me?
Because I just haven't been fucked to focus on my deadlift.
Like, how bad is his training and nutrition been all these years that he doesn't?
Yeah, so look at Blaha and look at me. And again, Blaha hasn't been 50 years old his entire life. You can go back through his entire online history at any point he's ever posted online and see how he looks and see how I look and tell me if you think Blaha has had better nutrition and training than me. So, yeah, nice cope there, buddy. And speaking of nutrition, there may be a reason half the fucking teeth are rotting out of your fucking gums.
Already do it. Guy's on a gram of gear and weighs like...
As far as I know, this guy doesn't even smoke. So, like, I don't know. Has this guy never heard of a fucking toothbrush? Was he eating nothing but fucking pixie sticks?
260 pounds lean. Like, repping out 500 on a deadlift should be nobody. Like, he should
I'm not 260 pounds lean. I'm 220.
be walking in and doing 10, 12, 14 reps with 500 pounds. It's like, I do like 5 reps.
If he were 50, his entire life he would be hundreds of years old.
Yes, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Heaviest lately, right? I could probably deadlift high 500s right now. I don't know if I could pull 600 at the moment. Like, he should be able to walk in right now, having never...
I'm genuinely confused. This guy has openly used steroids for I don't know how fucking long. I'm pretty sure he was using steroids when he was in his 20s. He was on some forums talking about gear. Like, he's never benched 4 plates. And then whenever you bring up, like, the fact that I've benched more than him, he'll just bring up the fucking age excuse. Oh, well, I'm 50. Like again, you weren't 50 your entire fucking life. So, like, since the time you were in your 20s, and you've been lifting all this fucking time, taking steroids, like, why weren't you able to bench as much as me? It's probably because your training and nutrition sucks, and you are literally an inbred fucktard who has, like, just defective, like retard fucking troglodyte genes. This guy should have been part of a eugenics experiment.
Never done a deadlift in his entire life at his size and should be strength level with what he's on.
What is he talking about? I've never done a deadlift in my entire life.
And he should be able to do 10 reps with 500 with no practice. Just walk.
No. Nobody can do 500-pound deadlifts for 10 reps with no practice. If I'm not really working on the lift, I'm not going to be able to lift that much.
And be like, yeah, I should just be big enough and strong enough to do this for 10 reps. I don't even deadlift. That should be what actually happens.
Name me one fucking person ever on planet Earth who is 220 pounds, 6'3", who just trains but doesn't really work on the deadlift, who can just do 500 for 10.
Not work on it. I'm talking today. He should go, man, I haven't done a deadlift in 9 months, but I'm so big and carrying so much muscle, so much connective tissue, and so much strength that I should just be able to put 5 plates on the bar and crank out 10 reps.
So how long have you been training, and how long have you been taking steroids, and why have you never been able to bench 405 and you lied about being able to bench 500? Like this guy used to lie about his lifts. He said when he was like younger he could bench 500. He even said he was bigger at one point than Cali Muscle.
With just a belt and some chalk. Just all the pull-ups he does. And
pull-ups do not transfer to deadlifts.
Some glute work should probably be enough for him to do that with his drug stack and size.
Yeah, so pull-ups don't transfer to fucking deadlifts. Like, this just shows you this guy doesn't know jack shit about fucking training. I know, like, he's openly admitted it to this. He had a personal, like, he had online coaching clients that he'd just have run 531. Like, who the fuck pays for online coaching and then you're given some, like online cookie cutter 531 program?
Like, that's it. That's all it should take. He shouldn't have to work on it. He should just be there. Right? If you're big and strong,
this is like me saying Blaha should just be able to bench 405. He's big and strong. He's been training for so long. Like, what does it matter if he hasn't benched in a while? Like, he should just be able to do 405. That's nice. 21st Century Tellers, it seems Blaha has been watching your workout streams. Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy is a jealous, obsessed retard. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
You're going to have a big deadlift even if you don't do the deadlift. Again, proven over and over.
No.
Facts. I need to make up new exercises. Literally stupid stuff like, well, let's take the little V handle from the, seated cable row and do a closed grip incline press with it, sitting on an incline bench at the cable station.
I've never done that. I don't know if he's talking about me.
The sum total of the best coaching knowledge in all of human history on lifting has already been put in videos 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, he says this, and literally all of his clients stagnate. And nobody knows exactly what happened, but it seems like he may have sexually harassed one of his coaching clients because she refused to talk about it. And she said she's never talking to that disgusting piece of shit ever again.
There's zero need to create new content. He already has a home gym, Jeff. I know who he is. I've seen lifting footage. An advanced lifter on full body.
Okay, so Blaha is still jealous. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Panel that's super right wing, because I don't want an echo chamber, and I think that's the difference between the left wing and the right wing side. I would truly love to see somebody from the right wing team up with somebody and have a co-partnership with someone that's left wing. Hopefully they're
all right, let's watch this cucked bitch whine and cry about Destiny having a very reasonable pro-Israel position. So, backstory, this guy is a whiny cunt, just plain and simple. That's who he is. This guy, like, scours the internet for retards, like flat earthers and shit, and then makes videos whining that some random retard on the internet said the earth is flat, and he'll make videos, the earth isn't flat, here's the fucking scientific evidence, physics and whatnot, the earth is round. Like, it's bizarre how this guy whines about just inane bullshit. Like, any normal person, if they see, like, flat earth content online, they're like, oh, that's fucking dumb. This guy, like, actually cries about it. So he's an emotional, like, fucking annoying train wreck. And it just so happens that his wife is Palestinian. So, what do you think is happening here? This guy won't get any fucking blowjobs unless he acts like an anti-Semitic fucking retard and ruins his reputation, and his career. So, this guy has been on a crusade crying about every fucking Jew he sees, saying Jews are fucking evil and he hates them because that's the only way his wife will suck his dick. So this is what this is all about. This guy is a bitch-ass cuck. His wife was probably watching some Destiny content and said, honey, I'm not going to let you sleep in bed and I'm not going to suck your cock unless you make a video about Destiny talking about how you hate Jews so much and Destiny's a bad person. So that's what this is. It's just a fucking cuck video. Give me a second.
Bad news, the International Court of Justice also hates Jews VG.
Yeah, they do. Yep, they do. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st, donate $2.
The Holy Quran, and would love to hear your feedback. Oh my gosh, the Holy Quran. I think the Holy Quran book is a really interesting book. I went to a Muslim school, but I never really read the Quran. But it seems interesting for sure.
How the hell would she go to a Muslim school if she's from China?
Quran. What do you like about the Quran, the Muslim book? You almost did it, but it was the back of your head. What? I don't understand. Like this? You want me to hide my hands behind my head? Guys, this is what I think I look like if I was an amputee. A double arm amputee.
Okay, I don't know what any of that is.
Coach Trevor says this is going to fall out because I'm holding it like this. I don't think so. And in fact, I think I will do this and I just had my hair washed. See?
Sounds like it can fall out. The Malaysian drink will fall out. The Vietnamese drink, I have no idea.
No fallouts here. Coach Trevor.
Okay, that's nice.
Spot 22 AM, about to head out a big ride.
I like moths.
Every little bit helps, mate. Every little buddy. Come on, yes.
That's a nice moth.
Idea. He wants to be buddies.
Yeah, moths are cool.
Clean this one. I'll put him on the wall, that song. There he is.
Well, if you're a Nazi, I can see how you would find Quran an interesting read.
Yeah, that's what Hitler said. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
There's that side. Alright, welcome to the video here in Vietnam. Have a look out the window there. So we've got a compost of scraps. Now show us the shoes with Durian. Air Max 86 big bubbles. Come on, here you go. The camera go. This is a Vietnamese durian. It's a local durian and it costs around $8 Australian. The average local can't afford this. This is only for the rich people in Vietnam. $8 Australian. Most Vietnamese cannot afford this. This is only one fruit, and the average income in Vietnam varies between $100 Australian to $550 a month. And this was $8. So for a lot of this is more than a day's wage. Okay. Some people in Vietnam live on $5 a day income. Taste-wise, good smell. Doesn't smell like pesticide. So it smells organic. There's some bugs in there before, so that's a good sign.
I fucking hate durian. They taste like shit.
Never complain if you see bugs in your food, because they use more chemicals. Yeah, decent. Not as good as Malaysian durian. Malaysian organic. It's good though. The cheapest durian in the world right now is in the Philippines, then second.
You like moths, but I thought you hated insects, VG.
No, not blanketly. Like, in general, I'm not a big bug fan, but, you know, moths are cool, some beetles are cool. I like bees, especially bumblebees. Cicadas are nice. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And it's Malaysia, because it's a big club, and then third is Vietnam. Decent.
Yeah, I hate durian. But, back to this retard.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism.
Oh, yeah, this guy has been brain rotted to the fucking core. This guy's wife fucking ruined him. She must watch Hassan. This is literally Hassan. So this dude's wife is watching Hassan and then telling him what fucking videos to make and what to say in the videos. What a fucking beta.
Nationalism and Zionism, which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate—
Dude, like, this is so funny. So his wife actually wants to fuck Hassan. He's literally a cuck. His wife is watching Hassan because she's just sexually attracted to Hassan, and she wants him to become more like Hassan. Oh, that's...
Did you hear about the Andrew Small F situation?
Smayev, yeah, dude, Smayev seems like a fucking idiot. So, I'm not gonna bother watching the fucking video, but, yeah, basically, somehow some hacker got access to an intimate video that he made with his wife. I don't know exactly what it is. He actually paid this retard. He was paying this, fucking hacker for years to not release this video. I don't know what kind of fucking idiot would do that. And then, sure enough, when, like, you can tell this guy doesn't have much money. He's, like, kind of fucking broke. Like, he lives in fucking Russia. Yeah, sure enough, he wasn't able to pay the guy on time, and then the video was leaked anyway. So this guy just gave, I don't know how much money to this fucking criminal for so many years, just for it to happen anyway. Smayev's a fucking idiot. And then he quit social media, like... I don't know, like, people were commenting, like, oh... that hacker better hope that Smayev never finds out who he is. Smayev is way too nice of a person to ever fucking go out of his way to, like, attack and beat somebody. Like, clearly, if he's willing to give money to this, like, degenerate fucking hacker piece of shit, and then quit social media, like, why would you ever let somebody have that kind of power over you? So, Smayev's a dumb guy, and he's way too fucking nice. But thanks for the donation, nigga.
Hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't...
Dave replied to a comment and said Hassan is cool. Yeah, there you go. So his wife is sexually attracted to Hassan and not Dave, and she's trying to make Dave like Hassan.
Know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is. He's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda.
Here we go. So, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, number 1. The Jews are paying everybody. Everyone's a paid shill for the Jews.
And is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say.
Like, should we start doing this? Dave is paid by Qatar. He's actually, funded by the Qatari government in Iran. He's actually a terrorist sleeper cell living in the United States, and he's, just getting paid as an Iranian Qatari agent to spread Islamic propaganda. And who knows, if his Iranian Qatari handlers tell him to commit a terror attack, he just might do it.
But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accused...
Slanderous? I've seen this. Dave will criticize people and out of nowhere, just mention that they're Jewish and start saying shit like, this fucking Jew, this fucking dirty Jew, out of nowhere. He was criticizing some crazy guy who happens to be Jewish. And this crazy guy had the idea that Jews need to go into outer space and colonize some other planet so that they can be left in peace and not be attacked by Muslims or anyone else who wants to harm them. Whatever, okay? The guy's a little unhinged and nuts, but what is your problem? Isn't this what he wants? The Jews to leave? And then, so this is the ideal form of fucking Zionism. Leave planet Earth and just have the Jews, just not ever have to bother anyone or be bothered by anyone, and then just live peacefully on another planet. And then this guy mentions he's Jewish and starts saying, this fucking dirty Jew, what a stupid idea, you can't fucking do this. Dave is fucking insane. Yeah, you are absolutely an anti-Semite. You fucking hate Jews. Your fucking wife is some dumb Jew-hating bitch, and she doesn't even want to fuck you. She wants to fuck Hassan, and you're just the cuck, and she's telling you what to fucking do. Dodo donated $2. How do you debate this, Fiji?
I'm an atheist looking for guidance. Please, do you have any advice? Yes. So here's my advice to you.
Dave got banned on Twitter for being anti-Semitic. Bro, do you know how hard it is to get banned on Twitter for being an anti-Semite?
When you're looking for evidence of God, take your mind away from miracles and all this type of stuff. Look at creation as evidence of a creator. Look at DNA. Look at it contains coded information. And ask yourself...
kind of funny how DNA was never mentioned in the Quran.
Whenever you see coded information, isn't always sourced by intelligence. Okay, so when you look at...
No, coded information would not have to necessarily be sourced by intelligence.
Coded information, blueprints to a building, a book, a computer program. It's always sourced by something intelligent. So...
No, I don't see why that would have to be the case.
Ask yourself, when you look at DNA and you see coded information contained within it, ask yourself, are you being irrational for denying that?
But by the way, we kind of know how DNA initially formed. I don't think we haven't been able to actually create the exact conditions and then produce have DNA be produced on its own, but we know how it or at least very, very likely within a high degree of certainty how it happened.
Must also have a intelligent source, and from there you would then infer, well, if there is an intelligent source of DNA, it must also be a powerful source. So it's an intelligent, powerful source.
Is Dave's testosterone 200 nanograms per deciliter, for real?
And it must have a will because it chose when.
Yeah, okay, so that's just stupid. What's also funny is if he's saying DNA was created by God, DNA has flaws. like there's coding errors. Like there's a variety of coding errors that can occur that cause genetic defects. So and it's it's pretty amazing that such complex organisms can end up forming and all that. But like again, when you look at all the genetic fuck ups that can happen, like that's your evidence of God. So God made a not so great fucking way of coding, like for creatures to reproduce, and like it's just weird. Really strange argument.
Well, at least Twitter is finally growing some brain cells, then.
Yeah. If only YouTube would, and they'd kick Dave off the fucking platform. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
Yeah, so this is the dumbest fucking idea imaginable. Just so stupid. Like as if a free market won't basically result in the best prices. So this is just like that whole project is already behind schedule and over budget. Professor Dave Explains has been crashing out in his own comment section for hours, battling commenters who are shocked by the lack of research.
Nigga, even Gypsy Crusader isn't banned on Twitter. What the fuck did Dave say, lol?
Yeah, really. I have no fucking idea. I wonder if it had something to do with a message he sent, like a private conversation, because you can get banned for private conversations. There's no privacy in DMs, so I don't know what the fuck was going on. It wouldn't surprise me if he said some like crazy fucking unhinged shit in a private DM, and that's what got him banned. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Destiny himself is now challenging him to a debate in the comment section. Dave has yet to explain why he's running. Oh, Mr. You have to be able to like debate and challenge, have your ideas challenged. Will not debate. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny is a fucking toddler. Hey, since you debate people so regularly on topics, and since you feel so confident in this one, you should stop running and we should have a debate on it. Oh, look, crickets. Oh, isn't that funny? Yeah, so he's never going to debate anybody on this topic because he knows he's wrong. He's just doing this for his wife because that's the only reason he can get his dick sucked. Dude, this guy is like the most pathetic fucking cuck I've ever fucking seen. Streamer Destiny says he's not sure who he would vote for if the 2028 presidential election is between J.D. Vance and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. In a vacuum, I don't know what J.D. Vance's political opinions are. I mean, I probably would vote AOC, but it's a coin flip. I mean, that's kind of fair.
The fact that Dave is anti-science and won't go against Islam, which is literally the most damaging anti-science ideology in the world, says it all.
Oh, yes. The guy who hates science deniers is defending a group of people who believe the Prophet Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse. Yeah, it's, you can't make this shit up. But again, his wife's Palestinian, so how else is he gonna get laid? She's not even attracted to him, so he has to do something, right? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Like, this is somewhat fair. Like, yeah, nobody knows what J.D. Vance's actual political positions are. Like, the guy's just a fucking liar, but you know what AOC's political positions are. She's a DSA fucktard. Like, this is somebody who's no better than Mamdani, really. So I'd be more comfortable voting for J.D. Vance, especially since, like, again, he has the rest of the Republican Party around him that he's probably going to have to try to appeal to. So I'd be more comfortable with that than voting AOC, who I know is just some, like, crazy fucking wacko commie fucktard.
accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews, implying that I really just hate all Jews.
Yes, you really do just hate Jews.
In it, he's reacting to my third and most...
By the way, this guy, like, he was talking about Avi Loeb. He wasn't just saying Avi Loeb is a Zionist. He was specifically mentioning that he had a problem with his Judaism. And again, like, it is so bizarre that this guy was complaining about Avi Loeb. He wants to take Jews into outer space so that they can be away from every other fucking race and culture. Like, again, you would think that is exactly what Professor Dave would want, but then he makes a fucking video complaining about Avi Loeb's weird extraterrestrial beliefs about aliens and shit, and then complains that the guy is a Zionist. Like, he like, that is the most anti-violence, anti-colonialist fucking stance you could possibly fucking have if you're a Zionist. And then he still had a problem with it. So that just proves he hates Jews. The guy who just wants Jews to leave planet Earth, he's still fucking complaining that this guy is a fucking Zionist Jew.
Most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim.
Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim? I think that's what Hamas does, buddy. Like, how many fucking videos have they put out where there's children with genetic deformities from inbreeding, and then they claim, oh, Israel's starving us to death, but these kids have a genetic deformity from inbreeding.
Picking 18 NYC attorneys and not one Jewish is like having no black people on an NBA team. Mom Donnie is a Jew hater. Change my mind.
Well, yeah, it's exact. Well, like, honestly, it's even worse than that, because you can find white dudes who are good at basketball. Like, you could, in theory, have an NBA team where, yeah, the best players you have access to are just all white. The idea, like, again, Jews are just, like, the best fucking lawyers. The idea that you wouldn't hire a single fucking Jew, a Jewish lawyer in New York, is... Yeah, it's like if you have the ability to draft, like, LeBron James, and you don't, like, yeah, you're just doing that because you're racist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
If you didn't know anything about Aok and she was coming onto you pretty strong, would you crack? I probably would, lol.
No, I don't find her attractive. Yeah, if I didn't know anything about her and I was just basing it just on looks and maybe just general personality that I kind of get from a short conversation, no, I wouldn't find her attractive. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Yeah, so again, you can have a problem with some of Avi Loeb's beliefs and, like, yeah, he's a fraud, there's no aliens, he's lying about stuff. But again, he specifically mentioned that Avi Loeb is a Jew and a Zionist. But if you look at Avi Loeb's position, he wants to fucking leave planet Earth. Like, and again, like, the gaslighting. Yeah, that's exactly what Hamas does. So they faked the child starvation. They literally stage scenes where there's, like, a bunch of kids that claim to be starving and begging for food. Like, I've gone through those videos. None of the kids are actually starving. Some of them are actually overweight. And you can find some of the unedited video clips that happen to get leaked where they literally tell everybody what to do and they're smiling and laughing afterwards. Like, this is exactly what Hamas does. That's their strategy, the lying and gaslighting.
To deflect when its fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like him. Anyway. As much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism.
Soul Child Donny Tellers thought you were against DEI, but you want Mom Donnie to be forced to have Jews represented in his legal advisory team. That's not what I said, so thanks for being a complete fucking idiot. 50% of New York lawyers are Jewish, and again, they tend to be the best lawyers. So if you have a legal team that has absolutely no Jews in New York, that is a clear sign of obvious bias. Like, imagine if 50% of lawyers in New York were black, and you happen to not have any black lawyers. And again, like, most of the lawyers that are black are like the best lawyers. That would be a strong indication that that's just racial bias. Same with picking an NBA team. Like most most of the best players in the NBA, well, all of them really, are black. Like, imagine having the ability to draft the best black players, but you don't. Like, it's just a clear sign of racial bias. So I'm not advocating for DEI. I'm just pointing out there's clearly a fucking racial and ideological bias with his selection of, these lawyers. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Like, by the way, Dave is like saying this was like a critique on somebody's scientific beliefs. Like, why is he even mentioning that the guy's Jewish and a Zionist anyway? It's completely unrelated. It just has nothing to do with anything. Like, if I had a disagreement with, I don't know, some video Dave put out about chemistry, and I was some chemistry expert, why would I bother mentioning that Professor Dave has like a Palestinian wife and he's like this cucked fucking retarded bitch whose wife doesn't even love him anymore, and he's just trying to get her attention by acting like Hassan, and like the guy's like promoting anti-Semitism. Like, it has nothing to do with the topic. So, like, again, it just shows this guy's a fucking rabid anti-Semite.
Your feelings is just going to hit you in the tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know, you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this farce will come at the end.
Constellation Orion donated $2. Iran struck U.S. bases, killed 7 service members today in a sneak attack. Pretty impressive for a military that was totally obliterated 7 times since the war started. Well, Trump's an idiot. We all know that. Like, he's just being bullshitting about it the whole fucking time. But are you happy that American service members died? I don't know what you're really trying to get at with this, but yeah, fuck Iran, annihilate them. Thanks for the donation, dude.
End of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is.
You've kind of already done that in like the last fucking few videos you've uploaded and in your comment section.
Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember?
Oh, great. Is he gonna mention the stupid pixie thing or some dumb shit, or that time he like touched a girl's tits when he was drunk?
But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture
Well, there you go. More anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Oh, none of them actually support Jews. They're getting paid for it, and they're all lying. Jews just pay people to, influence everybody. Like, okay, Dave's a Qatari, Iranian-funded terrorist, and the only reason he's making this video is because he's part of a terrorist cell that gave him money to do this, and he's actually planning on assassinating the president. It's fucking stupid.
Consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies.
So, notice how this isn't Israel saying this. This was like some kind of miscommunication that was originally spread by a French journalist. Like, okay, there was there were 1,500 fucking deaths. You had international news organizations that, again, their native language isn't fucking English or what is it, Yiddish or whatever they fucking speak in Israel. And there's probably some kind of fucking miscommunication, or somebody saw something weird. Like there's probably a baby that had its head cut off, or there was like a bunch of mutilated corpses and it was hard to tell what the fuck happened. And maybe somebody mentioned there was like, you know, a beheaded child or baby somewhere. And then like, again, broken telephone, somebody just like miscommunicated something. And then, yeah, that news broke out. But, show me the original source that this came from Israel, or any of these journalists were paid by Israel to say this. Again, this is being investigated. It was tracked down to a fucking French journalist who initially broke that story. John Red donated to Zelensky, complains about North Korea joining and helping Russia, but he joined and is helping the US and Zionists against Iran. Can't make this shit up. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Okay, thanks, stupid.
Which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when...
There was, in fact, a mother and child who were set on fire while they were still alive. That was absolutely proven after a forensic examination. They found what appeared to be charred human remains, and after they conducted a CT scan, they found, like, they looked at the bones and whatever other remains that were intact in the charred remains. A woman was holding her child and trying to protect her child. Hamas members dosed that woman and child in gasoline and lit them on fire, and they both burned to death alive. So that's what Hamas did. So again, you can kind of understand why some of these stories might have broken out. Like these people were murdered in their kibbutzes, and I'm sure the IDF and other security teams, they were looking at these scenes, and maybe somebody left their fucking oven on and there was a roast inside, and again, they just saw like kids fucking dead everywhere. And they might have thought, oh, that might be like a kid in the oven, because Hamas would do something like this. And yeah, some of this misinformation might have gone out. But like, how is this indicative of like deliberate fucking Israeli propaganda, where they're just trying to exaggerate a fucking tragedy just to look like they don't even have to fucking do that. It's like saying, oh, America lied about 9/11. There was like exaggerated stories. Like I just don't see why anybody would have to even fucking do that. Like 9/11 was a big enough tragedy that nobody has to fucking lie about it. Same with October 7th. This can just be explained by, you know, misinformation, you know, getting spread during like a really chaotic time. And then sure enough, yeah, like some of the stuff gets fact checked and gets corrected. But again, he can't provide any fucking evidence that this is like some kind of deliberate misinformation campaign. But you can show that there are deliberate misinformation campaigns being spread by Hamas. John Red, donated to Zelensky is the only king. Democrats won't protest. Elections are not allowed by King Zelensky.
Keep up the
Great.
good
Okay.
work.
Thanks, Pablo. Appreciate the donation.
When in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes
A lot of
Palestinian prisoners in
retards
the most
here
brutal
now.
manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas.
They fake videos all the time. Many of these videos have been proven fake.
Bases underneath hospitals to justify.
That has actually been proven. They do, in fact, have a base that is, it's between a hospital. They have some, Hezbollah has a hideout that's between a hospital and some other building. It doesn't have access through the hospital, but it has access through the adjacent building. And again, this has been proven. You can look at the amount of hospitals that are in Gaza. It is massively disproportionate given the land size and the population. So I think there's something like 48 or something like 48 hospitals in quotes in Gaza. if you look at a comparable landmass in the United States, you usually only see like maybe 3 to 4 hospitals for a United States district that size. So most of these hospitals are completely fake. And again, we know this. They create these fake hospitals to disincentivize Israel from attacking them because then they can just say, oh, it's a hospital. It creates confusion. And if any of these fake hospitals get struck, well, there's your propaganda. They can say Israel blew up a hospital when these aren't hospitals. These are just fake hospitals that are hiding Hamas terrorists. John Red donated $2. Bravo to North Koreans to go fight for. I don't fucking care, dude.
By the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza.
Like, buddy, if you're gonna send me horse shit, I'm not even gonna bother wasting my time reading it. Like, this video is an hour 30 minutes long. I want to get through it, so.
Only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
Planted guns? Care to show me the evidence of that?
Tidal wave of lies in the form of social media.
So, tell me, why does this hospital have this weird underground area? Like, and again, care to show me the evidence that these are planted?
A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Like, again, this is like 9/11 truther bullshit. Like, in order for this to make any sense, he would have to argue that Israel allowed October 7th to happen. Care to show me any evidence that Israel allowed October 7th to happen? It's just ridiculous.
Shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must...
Did you see the trailer for the new documentary on EDP 445?
Yeah, I've already seen the trailer. I'll watch it when it comes out. It comes out like August 8th or whatever, right? So... yeah, we'll see what it's like. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Yeah, so is Dave actually going to show us what posts in particular resulted in the ban? Because I know when I got banned from Twitter, they gave me a specific reason. So I think he's going to hide why exactly he got fucking banned, and he's just going to say, oh, I got dogpiled. Well... again, usually when you get banned, they show you like a specific post that was made, and like sometimes they allow you to just delete the post and say I'm sorry and then get your account back. So he, like, this may have had something to do with like a private message, and it had nothing to do with any particular posts he made.
Must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's...
So again, more anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Oh, the Jews allow for anti-Semitism, so they have an excuse to genocide and ethnic cleanse. Okay, is that the case for like every group? Do Muslims love Islamophobia because it gives them an excuse to commit terror attacks or something?
Victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victim.
Show me any evidence that Israeli soldiers are just shooting kids in the head. Again, that New York Times article had no evidence whatsoever that Israeli soldiers had anything to do with those dead kids.
Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine, regrettably, they must unfollow.
Yeah. So do you think there's a possibility that everybody's thinking the same thing, that you're like a retard?
Oh, because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing. They do this all...
Dude, this is like some Frank Tufano level derangement where, like, this literally is Frank Tufano. He actually believes that Jews are out to get him. So Dave is saying Jews are out to get him, and there's like some bot farm being made for him that's copying and pasting the same like scripted statement that, oh, I'm disappointed in Dave for being an anti-Semite.
All the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would
Okay, so this is extremely suspicious that he's not actually showing the like the Twitter banning thing, because you get a message and notification when you get banned. It's very suspicious that he's not showing the notification he got, because usually it does show you the reason you got banned.
probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative.
Yeah, there you go. This guy is literally turned into Frank Defano. So he thinks Israel, like literally the nation of Israel, is out to get him. Mossad and like the Israeli government are using their bot farms to specifically target him. Does that make any fucking sense?
On every platform they can. Optics are
This dude has literally lost his fucking mind.
everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning.
Like, by the way, the Israeli bot farm that he's showing is like clearly Chinese. These
bot
are
farms
Chinese
that Israel
people.
employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can.
Like these are Chinese people. So he's assuring us that there's an Israeli bot farm, and then he shows Chinese.
Optics are everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and
Yeah, that's because you're an anti-Semite.
activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon.
Oh, Mark Ruffalo's a piece of shit. I've seen the crap he said. Like, this guy is a straight-up Hamas supporter.
Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef.
Like Mark Ruffalo is literally saying that Hamas is a resistance group.
Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss...
Yeah, she is a vile anti-Semite. She's gotten more and more extreme over time. She's now directly calling out Israel and supporting Hamas.
Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers.
So, does that make any fucking sense? Like, if we were back in World War II, like, let's say if World War II happened now, and like Hitler was the leader of Germany and all that crap, and because World War II is happening now, there's cameras and videos and the internet. Like, imagine all the propaganda that could get put out by the Nazi regime where kids get killed. There were tons of fucking children who got killed during the Allied assault on Germany. Like, look at the Dresden bombing. Like, would Miss Rachel really come... Well, I guess she would. She's basically a fucking Nazi right now. Like, do you think it's reasonable to fucking make a statement saying stop bombing children when, like, these are clearly legitimate military objectives that have to be achieved? Like, you're never going to have a war where there's zero civilian casualties. Like, it's clearly just... It's clearly... not anything sensible that somebody would fucking say.
How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Antisemitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they
But Dave doesn't care that Hamas literally killed and kidnapped children. Okay.
target, doxing them, and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for...
Oh my god, this is just fucking retarded. Do you honestly think Israeli soldiers are finding innocent, unarmed women in the street and just gunning them down? Care to show any evidence of this?
Truly, they are the most potent...
Like, this is just fucking retarded.
Fun fact: Disney back in the 40s used to put out pro-USA anti-Nazi posters telling soldiers to fight based.
Yeah, I know. They also made a bunch of cartoons, too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the...
So, he is comparing Israel to Nazis, but Hamas, who have literally stated they want to eradicate all Jews, they're fine. You don't really have much of a problem with them. Like...
ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they
I don't even think tens of thousands of children have been killed. Hamas revised their casualty figures, and they massively reduced the amount of child deaths that occurred. And when you look at some of these biased statistics, they include adults as children. So I think they go as high as 19 years old in the category of child, which is not a child. In most countries, that's considered age of majority, where you're an adult. So if you actually consider like children as people under 18, and especially when you use a more like practical term for child, where you're talking about people who are under fighting age. So, like, a 15-year-old can take up arms and fight. Like, they can shoot a gun. You're basically almost full adult size when you're 15. So, if you actually use a more practical standard for child, so somebody who is under fighting age, yeah, there's less than multiple tens of thousands of child deaths. So this is just totally, utterly false. There's a disproportionately low amount of child deaths, considering the demographics in Gaza, because they have a really, really low average age because they have so many kids. Isn't their average age like 15 or 16? So if Israel was indiscriminately killing, you'd see like half or more of deaths being children, so people under 18. You don't see that. So they are, in fact, targeting adult males. Dodo, donate $2. What do you think they think globalize the Intifada means? It means to protest globally or to being peace globally or what? It's not quite a proper sentence.
Gays for Gaza, globalize the Intifada.
Yeah, so gay retards. There you go.
Gays for Gaza, globalize the Intifada. Gays for Gaza.
If any of these people visited Palestine, they'd be thrown off of fucking rooftops. And that's if they're lucky. They'd probably just be tortured in the street for being gay. These people are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Express in doing so, and the overwhelming support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic...
No.
Hey Richard, do you pin oil and GH in the same syringe? Slightly worried about abscesses due to mixing the two, but not sure if that's beta propaganda.
There's nothing that would happen if you mix bacteriostatic water and oil in the same syringe. That doesn't cause an abscess or increase risk of infection. And no, I don't put HGH and steroids in the same syringe because I take HGH at night. So if I took it in the morning, I'd just be tired all day. But yeah, it's not like it's not like that's going to cause an infection. Thanks for the donation, KG. But I take steroids in the morning because they tend to be activating, so you're more likely to have sleep problems if you take them at night with GH.
Society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life.
Yeah, so first of all, the majority of Israelis don't want to eradicate all Palestinians. He literally made that up. And secondly, I'm sure if you did a poll, you'd actually find that's true of Palestinians, that they want to eradicate, like the majority of them want to eradicate all Jews. So, funny how he doesn't mention that.
proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians.
Like, and we know for a fact that at the very least, Hamas wants to eradicate all Jews. It's in their charter. So, like, again, why isn't he mentioning that?
And other Arabs from the face of the earth.
Professor Dave won't debate anybody on this topic. He's a lying coward and he knows it. I've challenged him to a debate. He just ignored me. Destiny's challenging him to a debate. He's just ignoring Destiny.
לגמור כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים,
So notice how right after he said Jews want to eradicate all Palestinians, this lady is saying they want to evacuate Palestinian Arabs, not kill them. Like, even if you have a problem with this on some level, like, oh, they're getting pushed out of their land, what is the better, like, outcome? These people constantly being at war, killing each other, or relocating Palestinian Arabs to, like, Jordan or something, having them not be in close proximity to each other and not fighting and killing anymore. Like, so you want them to kill Jews? You want them to be at war and fight each other? Like...
להקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים. זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו בתים.
שאני מבין במקורות שלנו, עם הפראים האלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ זה שייכת אך ורק לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ
yeah, they're saying this because these are radical Islamic jihadists that are trying to kill them, dude.
Is I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea.
So he's just gonna cherry pick quotes from frustrated people who are kind of sick of, like, getting terror attacked and then not acknowledge that Hamas is trying to eradicate them.
אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם.
This is so dishonest. So this is in September of 2023. You can see the date. They have food and water and supplies. Why is he even quoting this?
ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם. עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר.
Sego donatillers, yes, it would be better if Hitler relocated the Jews, not kill them. You would be okay with that argument. Yeah, that would have been better than them getting rounded up and fucking murdered. Like, you're saying it's unreasonable to say relocating somebody is better than killing them? That's an unreasonable position? Also, is it true you make fun of Frank for being gay on Chatterbait, but didn't you? Yeah, great, dude. I just stop wasting my fucking time. Oh my god, this is already getting so fucking tiring and boring.
Have you seen enough? No, I don't think you have.
Oh, see, Jews are evil. I cherry-picked a few clips out of context.
Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians.
Buddy, this is like going to some fucking white trash trailer park in bumfuck nowhere, USA, and asking them what their opinion on black people are. And then they say the most racist shit imaginable, and then you say, see, Americans hate blacks and they want them all to die. Like, most of these people didn't even have anything to do with the fucking government.
And steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity.
They don't steal their homes on a regular basis with impunity. These are legal issues. Jordan, so Israelis had legally owned property in the West Bank. And when Jordan invaded, what ended up happening was those Jews were displaced. They had to go into Greater Israel. And then after the war with Jordan, some of these houses were basically overtaken by squatters, sometimes for like decades. And then these people's families find out about their properties, and then they go through the legal system to prove that they actually have ownership, and then they kick these squatters out. That's what's going on.
Bank. No Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth. Journalist and politician Yinon Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing.
Sinwar says, kill all Jews. See, Palestinians are evil. They need to be eradicated or displaced. Like, what? I don't know what this does for his fucking argument. Like, yeah, you can cherry pick quotes from fucking any person that sound bad or are extreme. I just don't know what the hell this does, like, for the overarching plot of, you know, it doesn't do anything for the thesis of his video that, like, Israelis are trying to commit a genocide. Like, okay, some people said some extreme things. How does that prove a genocide's going on?
Killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence. You have ability. There is...
Right, this does not prove Israel is indiscriminately bombing. That's just a quote from a fucking journalist.
Worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time, there is no room for mercy. You think this hate...
Like, by the way, this is coming after October 7th, where chances are some of their own family members were, like, tortured, raped, and murdered.
Hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben Gvir said...
I wonder why they hate Palestinians so much. I wonder if it has anything to do with their own family members being raped, murdered, and, like, tortured.
Says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn. This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing.
Do you feed Yum Gum Dim Sum just the dry Benevo? Or do you give some wet food? And how do you recommend for people adopting cats to get them adjusted to Benevo? Is it necessary to wean them onto it, or is Benevus wet and dry fine immediately? 777,777,777.
I do have some wet food. I don't really give it to him that often. It's only if like, sometimes there's a problem with the delivery coming with the dry food and it just takes too long or something. Sometimes they have a long lead time. So sometimes I'll give him wet food in those situations. One time I actually thought he was constipated, but I was wrong. I just cleaned up his shit and I forgot that I did that. So I fed him a bunch of wet food to help him, like, just take a shit. So, like, you know, when there's stuff like that, like, I feed him wet food occasionally. I've never had a problem with just putting a cat on vegan cat food like Benevo. All the cats that I've adopted, we just put them on Benevo, and they didn't have a problem with just transitioning to a different food. So I would say, in all likelihood, if you adopt a cat, you can just feed them Benevo, and, you know, they'll eat it and they won't have any problems. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib.
But back to...
So, by the way, the reason Israel is currently invading Lebanon, it's because Hezbollah has been firing rockets in southern Lebanon. What he also isn't mentioning is that Hezbollah, well, the PLO has done this before. The PLO fled into southern Lebanon. It's the exact same thing happened before, and Israeli had to invade southern Lebanon to deal with the PLO shooting rockets. And on top of that, Hezbollah has also gone into southern Lebanon and fired rockets into Israel. They actually started doing that right the day after October 7th. So you can't even make the argument that, oh, they were defending Palestinians. They weren't. This is before any military action happened. Well, guess what? There was a UN resolution stating that Hezbollah cannot enter southern Lebanon And they never enforced that resolution. So even the UN, who Professor Dave, I'm sure, is going to love to fucking quote and probably misquote, the UN even said Hezbollah should not be in southern Lebanon. They passed a resolution. It's just that they never enforced it because why would they? They don't like Jews. So yeah, just let the fucking Hezbollah shoot rockets into Israel. But if Professor Dave is a big fan of the UN, then surely he should be criticizing Hezbollah for not adhering to the UN resolution.
It's currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no...
Pretty much. If you look at how, what Palestinians do and say and feel about Israel, yeah, they're pretty much just all terrorists.
No meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that...
So, again, he's just finding quotes, but none of this has anything to do with what Israel is actually doing.
Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic...
Here we go. I'm sure this won't get age restricted or anything.
Monster. There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly...
That's nice. That doesn't mean they're actually committing a genocide.
Announce that they intend to commit genocide, not just random nut jobs on...
No, they don't.
Social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all...
That's great. What are these quotes? We will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. Okay. We're dropping hundreds of tons of bombs on Gaza. The focus is on destruction, not accuracy. Did he actually? That is weird. That has to be a misquote. Those seem like disjointed sentences. Yeah, so this does seem like a misquote. AI overview. Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari made widely reported remarks on October 10th, 2023, stating that thousands of tons of munitions had been dropped on Gaza with a focus on maximum damage. Later corrections and official clarifications noted the phrasing was a translation nuance regarding the scale of damage versus precision. Context of the remarks. Initial reports, early news reports quoted Israeli Defense Force spokesperson Hagari stating that hundreds of tons of bombs have been dropped. The emphasis on damage, not accuracy. Clarifications. Media outlets like The Guardian later issued corrections noting the actual statement referred to balancing accuracy with the vast scope of the intended military damage against Hamas infrastructure. Official stance, the Israeli Defense Forces stated that the focus was on dismantling military capabilities rather than generalized destruction of the... So he literally found an old misquote that had been corrected in the mainstream media. Like... I've seen enough of this guy's just reading this sounds like two different fucking ideas that were like squashed together. So he's literally misquoting these people.
State this openly, the desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes.
You literally deliberately misquoted these people.
For long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to...
Guess what? Muslims call non-Muslims animals. Like, it's only bad when the Jews do it.
Destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination.
Like, buddy, would you call somebody like a fucking animal if they put their children in a fucking terrorist brainwashing camp? Like, this is what these people do. Hamas literally has terror camps, like terror summer camps. Let me see if I can find the video. So this is what they do.
Gaza City is in the midst of bombing, war, and destruction. In this environment, children will obviously feel angry and under pressure, so there has to be a space for entertainment. There's no tough treatment. If a child
So they're training these children in military warfare so that they can attack and kill Jews.
is unable to do one of the obstacles, he can play.
We advertise with flyers that reach their homes, posters on the streets, the mosques and schools. Everybody knows about it and registers at the nearest camp.
So, I don't know, would you call any of these people animals for brainwashing children to hate Jews and, like, commit jihad?
They call them the Pioneers of Liberation and the Sword of Jerusalem summer camps, run by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. These videos posted by Memory.
So, let me see the quote here.
Summer.
We did not come here to enjoy ourselves or to play, or anything like that. We came with our souls, our blood, our martyrs, and are wounded to sacrifice ourselves for Palestine and for our people.
Yeah, so they're literally getting brainwashed to hate Jews and throw their lives away just to kill Jews.
We asked Hitler why he left some of you alive. He did so in order to show us how wicked you are. We will come to you from under the ground and hammer fear into your hearts, and above the ground we will tear your bodies apart with our rockets.
Yeah, Jews are so evil. Oh, the poor Palestinians. It's not like they're actually brainwashing their children to perpetuate this forever war or anything.
Nation of an entire race of people, just like the Nazis did to the Jews.
Again, we just played the video clip. These parents are forcing their kids to be brainwashed into Nazi and Islamic ideology to perpetuate this forever war with fucking Jews. And like again, they state plainly they wish Hitler had exterminated you all. But then he compares the Jews to Nazis and not like at the very least, not Hamas or Palestinians. Like, this guy is such a lying retard.
In calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them. It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent.
Hamas and Palestinians proudly announce genocidal intent. And again, you can find many more quotes and official fucking statements. Like again, Hamas is the ruling government in Gaza. You can find many more instances of Hamas and Palestinians just in general advocating for genocide than you can Jews. And again, this guy literally cannot provide any evidence that genocide is occurring. All he can do is literally misquote some of these Israeli officials. Like, I proved that he did that, and it has to be intentional because this was corrected in the mainstream news. I found some guy who's in the government who said something that could be interpreted as genocidal. Therefore, yeah, Jews are trying to kill everybody.
And then later deny the actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing.
If this was a balanced take and he was just like a fucking idiot who didn't know any better, you would think he'd at least have a position that like Hamas and like Israel are as bad as each other. They're both genocidal and they're both getting into this ridiculous war. Because again, the arguments he's using can very easily be used against Hamas. But like he clearly has just this anti-Jew hatred and bias.
Gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality that they are actual terrorists.
Dave is never going to respond to me, and Dave is also a coward. I've challenged him to a debate. He's never going to debate me or anyone else. The guy knowingly lies.
Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation.
How long is this going to go on for, where all he does is like just quote mine people?
of a people.
Like I'm actually getting fucking tired of this. Like, are you actually gonna like do anything more than just quote mine? Like, can you show evidence, statistics, anything?
הריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
We were looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What baby?
Oh, he made a joke, but it's a Jew, so I know he's being serious. He's clearly joking. I've joked about killing kids. Does that mean I've killed kids?
Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I killed a girl, she was 12, but they're looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it make you feel...
They're literally, clearly fucking joking. And again, by the way, we know for a fact Hamas killed children.
Feel good when you bomb a hospital?
Like...
Really?
Yes.
You guys killed children in Lebanon, is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas.
What about the children, the babies?
And this guy is a known anti-Semite. Just a complete fucktard.
The baby is good too.
So this is the game we're playing. Quote mine everybody. Don't even consider whether or not they're being serious.
Really? In Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran.
Okay, this is getting fucking boring.
שלושה אובייקטים מתקרבים לעברנו לשטח שהוא שטח השמדה. ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה לחסל את שלושת האובייקטים כי הם נכנסים לתוך שטח השמדה שלנו. חיסלנו אותם עם מג ונגר, עם שתי נשקים. ולאחר מכן התברר שזה היה שני ילדים בגילאים בין 10 ל-12.
Oh my god, this is just so fucking retarded. So Dave is saying because they made an accident and they had to make a decision, Israel's intentionally killing children. The guy's literally explaining the situation. There were unidentifiable people who looked like they may be fighters who entered like this secure area. We couldn't really take any risks because they were suspicious. Killed them, turned out later they're kids. Oops. And this is evidence that Israel's deliberately killing children. So they said they killed a 10 and 12-year-old. Does that look like a 10 and or 12-year-old?
אפילו לא... אני אומרת הצבא, לא אומרת... לחשוב על זה קשה. בזמן הייתי חושבת על זה מלא ו... עכשיו רק צוחקים על זה. לא שאפשר לצחוק. זה נהיה פשוט שם כי חלק ממני.
This doesn't sound like somebody who's proud of killing a child. This sounds like somebody who has PTSD, and they're just trying to cope with it.
סיוון, זה לא יורד.
And is this the kid she killed? What? Who is this random? What is this random photo?
מה לא יורד רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד רותם? הדם מהידיים.
I'd also like to know the context because a child can carry a weapon. American soldiers have had to shoot and kill kids that had weapons and were shooting at them. So, like, what? How are we defining child? Like, a 12-year-old can pick up a gun and shoot.
Of course, this is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers.
No evidence whatsoever that children are being targeted by snipers, so he's just referencing the New York Times article. Like, again, they didn't even do any kind of ballistic or metallurgic testing to even know if these were Israeli firearms that were used.
There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who
let's see. Yeah, international doctors. You mean Arab doctors and doctors who just have some kind of bias against Israel who want to spread horse shit.
Have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many
Israeli forces shot 95 Gaza children, head or chest, and over 160 examined cases. I read this. They didn't show any evidence of that. They did no ballistic or metallurgic testing. This could have been random fire from fucking anybody.
Many accounts from both local and international doctors who received.
They did no ballistic or metallurgic testing. There's no way. How do they know this was an Israeli firearm that shot the kid?
child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright.
By the way, this doesn't even make any sense. Sniper rounds are very high powered and they have more mass than average projectile. So if you shot a kid and it's a direct shot, it's going straight through their skull. And it's usually a very violent, catastrophic injury that occurs. Like your head can actually explode into pieces. So the fact that they found fully intact bullets lodged in the middle of these kids' heads, that suggests that these were probably shots that were through some sort of semi-hard cover. So they may have been engaging Hamas terrorists or what they thought were Hamas terrorists. Some of these bullets went through like clay walls or something, and then they slowed down enough where they hit somebody on the other side of the wall, but it just got lodged in their head. It's not indicative of deliberate, precise shots to the head.
That they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing.
By the way, New York Times actually refused to publicly release the actual original documents they had. And their excuse for that was it's too graphic, which is a bizarre excuse because there's tons of fucking graphic shit from the war online. So why would they care? There were some medical doctors that specialize in looking at some of these radiologic images, and they said there's artifacts in the images that were shared by the New York Times that suggest they were Photoshop jobs. So nobody even knows if some of these radiologic images are even real. Because again, the New York Times won't even fucking release any of the actual original documents or anything publicly.
This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they
Let me guess, none of these kids actually got shot.
Want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be...
I don't know how the fuck he can... What is this article even from? Where? What? What is this article?
Be able to commit genocide.
Like this guy isn't even showing... Does he have a source list? Database of incitement to genocide. I don't know what the fuck this shit is. Yeah, list of human rights groups accusing Israel of genocide and UN report. So he doesn't actually have a source list. I don't know what the fuck this article is even from.
They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is
When have they ever done this?
announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into
He's literally making this up. He found some random fucking blog article.
believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
ומה קורה כשאתם רואים ילד ערבי? מה אתם מרגישים? קצת זעם. זעם? מה קורה כשאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני? למה אתם מרחם עליו שלא ילד חרדי? מה הוא עושים? כשאתם חושבים על ירושלים בעוד 10 שנים. כולם חרדים? לא כולם חרדים, חלק חרדים. כולם יהודים, יש גם ערבים שהם עובדים. יהיה משיח, הבנתי, כן, מה אתה אומר?
He found a weird retarded clip from some dumb Jewish school, and this is his evidence that Jews want to take over the earth. So if I were to find like a clip from an Islamic private school where kids are being taught to like kill non-believers, does that mean we get to deport all Muslims finally?
Arabs will be slaves. They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel. This is not some fringe political...
This is so fucking retarded. Again, his evidence that Jews want to turn Arabs into slaves is a retarded clip from some Jewish private school, like a clearly religious extremist private school.
group. This is the whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughter.
It's the whole country. That's why you showed one clip from some dumb fucking Jewish private school.
Slaughtering of countless innocent people, a thing that has been going on for almost 80 years.
Again, if we use his logic, all I have to do is find like a group of Palestinians who say kill all Jews, and then I can just say, oh, see, they're all Nazis. They should die. Like, this is just so dumb.
Now, but never with such ferocity as the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will. This is who Israelis are talking about.
God.
Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond comprehension.
Think of the children. Children got bombed. Israel bad because children bombed. TikTok.
Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that...
Did you not literally just do that with the Hamas summer camp and then accused all Palestinians of being terrorists?
Clearly, you just believe whatever you want, so I don't care. If you're dumb and you can't understand plain English, I can't help you. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause. Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit. They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism.
Again, all he has to do is show a clip from an extremist religious Jewish private school to say all of Israel wants to enslave Arabs and kill everybody. But the brown people bad is just a narrative. It's a lie. But I can find plenty of fucking clips of Arabs saying they want to kill all non-believers. Like, there's no epistemic standards here. He just clearly hates Jews.
Imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Given the age we live in, the horror show that is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide.
Oh my god, dude. And then he just shows, like, clips of fucking kids. You realize it's more than just kids that have gotten fucking bombed, right? Can you name one war where no child has ever gotten injured? Like, what does this prove? Like, it's so stupid.
Side in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage. Their social media feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself, then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my
Oh my god, here we fucking go. So, these kids probably have a genetic disease. Or they have a parasitic infection. Whenever you see these kids' parents, they're fat. So why are their parents fat, but these kids are like fucking starving? There's been a number of these videos put out. These kids aren't starving. They just have a genetic disorder. Inbreeding is extremely rampant within Gaza. It's because they're Muslim. They're allowed to marry first cousins, and they're probably doing more than that. But yeah, there's plenty of kids with genetic deformities because of inbreeding.
Extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I am fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of this nature.
You know, you should ask yourself if Palestinians are so upset about kids being bombed and Israel attacking them, maybe they shouldn't have committed October 7th? Like, if this is such a problem for them, maybe they should just leave the Jews alone and not try to kill them.
This means that while I can tell you about archivegenocide.com and I can...
Oh, Archive Genocide. Let me see. Is this I wonder who owns this website. So, AI overview. The website archivegenocide.com is owned and operated by an anonymous pro-Palestinian collective and hacker group that identifies itself as Israel Exposed. Purpose: to compile, geolocate, preserve open source visual evidence, videos, photo documenting. Yeah, so not exactly the most unbiased source.
take select clips from there to place in this video, I can't show you the thousands upon thousands of videos of Palestinian children lying dead in a ditch with their guts pouring out of their abdomens, of Gazan parents.
This is not proof that children and civilians are deliberately getting targeted and that any of this is a genocide. Like, again, if there was the internet and people had cell phones, you'd be seeing plenty of this shit when the Allies invaded Nazi Germany. It doesn't mean the Allies were trying to genocide Germans or kill children.
Clutching the lifeless bodies of their progeny in their arms, crying out to their God with a despair that haunts me every time I look at my own children. And I certainly can't show you what was never even captured. The countless bodies instantly vaporized. The countless bodies still trapped under rubble that will never be recovered. The countless bodies with limbs zip-tied and shoved into mass graves, with dirt bulldozed on top of them, often still alive, shrieking as they get their last glimpse of daylight. There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main point of this video.
Yeah, it's a genocide where they're providing humanitarian aid, clearly discriminately attacking Hamas members who are adult males, and warning civilians to evacuate, relocate into safe areas. This is the funniest genocide that's ever occurred. I don't know of any other genocide that's provided humanitarian aid and they deliberately avoid killing innocent civilians.
Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now, and it is objectively genocide. Anyone who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified
Debate Destiny. You're not going to do it because you're a liar.
I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan since he will be
appeal to popularity. That's not an argument. So, great.
Be able to get this point across quite succinctly.
Gaza has been cut off from the world for...
So, imagine if anybody, like, used Professor Dave's logic. Most people in the world think God exists, so clearly God exists. Most people in the world don't believe in evolution, so clearly evolution doesn't exist. Again, it's just an appeal to popularity. I don't fucking care if the majority of human rights groups have some dumbass retarded opinion. Provide evidence. Like, that's not evidence.
Almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide.
Oh, Mehdi Hassan, the guy who said non-Muslims are below animals and we need to commit jihad and force everybody to become Muslim and murder gay people. That Mehdi Hassan.
But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel. So let me debunk this argument.
This was the dumbest video Mehdi Hassan's ever made, by the way. It made no sense. Let me see if I can find the clips of, like, old school Mehdi being a fucking insane unhinged whack job.
A small child being attacked by a dog. He intervenes, pulls the dog woman.
There's a bunch of clips of Mehdi Hassan literally talking about how non-Muslims are below that of animals. He's an actual Muslim radical. He's addressed some of this and said, oh, he's softened his position now. Let me see. Where... It's almost as if it's being scrubbed from YouTube. You'd think, oh, there we go.
In Islam, the ends do not justify the means. This idea is totally alien to Islam. In Islam, what is halal is halal, what is haram is haram. We do not bend our law, our morality, for our short-term aims. Never. And we never lose the moral high ground. If we know anything as Shias of Muhammad, as Shias of Ali, as Shias of Hassan, as Shias of Hussein, we know that keeping the moral high ground is key. Once we lose the moral high ground, we are no different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, we are lost. Whoa. These ulama unanimously agree that at the very minimum, if Yazid was not a kafir, then
Yeah, so Mehdi Hassan, non-Muslims are no better than animals.
In less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza, or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14...
Okay, nice and boring. Just show a Mehdi Hassan clip. Don't provide any evidence for any of his claims. Just show a Mehdi Hassan clip.
Or Benjamin Netanyahu.
But Mehdi, didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews.
According to Mehdi Hassan, Jews are no better than animals. He's literally fucking said it. It's straight out of his mouth. There's a video clip on YouTube.
Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway, more effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane.
So the current figure, which is around 70,000, that comes from the Hamas-run Palestinian Health Authority. So if anybody had a bias to overinflate figures, you'd think it'd be the Palestinian Health Authority that's run by Hamas. And they're claiming there are roughly 70,000 total deaths at this point. So if one of the most biased sources imaginable is saying there's 70,000 deaths, then chances are that's the ceiling. All these other figures, this doesn't even, I don't even know what the fuck this is. This is just some stupid fucking blog article. This is probably referencing some dumb... What? Oh, this is even worse. 169,000 injured... They add the deaths and injured to say total casualties. These aren't combatants. You talk about casualties with combatants. This is fucking insane. What the fuck is the source for this? He's not even showing the source. This is just some random fucking blog article, and he's not even showing the source for the fucking article. Let me see. Brown University. Oh, great. So I have no idea why he wanted to hide that this was from Brown University, School of International Public Affairs. You do not talk about total casualties when you're talking about civilian populations. You talk about casualties total when you're talking about combatants. If there's 169,000 injured, then there's just 169,000 injured. And this is this is just the estimated total death toll. I've seen some dumb research papers published that give future estimated projections for future death tolls. It's literally just dumb guesses. It's a guess based on how long the war is going to continue, average rate of death per month, and then they also make some other guesses of how many people are going to die from starvation, how many people are going to die from injuries, how many people are going to die because they can't get medication, infection, stuff like that. And what they usually do is they just 10x the current death toll. But again... This figure right here, this is coming from the Palestinian Health Authority, which is Hamas run. And of any organization you'd imagine, they would be the most biased because they'd want to inflate casualty figures. But so this would probably be the upper ceiling of what you'd expect. And by the way, that is total death toll. That is Hamas members killed and non-Hamas members killed. This isn't the civilian deaths.
Richard in 2020, well actually if you look at this study from Harvard. Richard in 2026, Brown University that totally disqualifies the study because...
Thanks for wasting my time. Thanks for the donation. So So this is just total killed. So like roughly at least half of the total deaths are going to be Hamas members. So we're assuming, so like even assuming, let's say 30% of the total deaths are Hamas members. So what? You're looking at around 50,000 civilian casualties. This is over a 3-year fucking period. So, if you look at other other actual genocides and like mass killings that have gone on, what was it? The Sudan genocide that recently happened, it was estimated that about 50,000 people died within 2 weeks. The mass killings that happened in Iran due to the protests, again, that roughly same figure. You've got about 50,000 casualties, roughly, within a matter of days. That's not even a total week. So it takes Israel 3 years to kill the same amount of people it takes Sudan or Iran to kill within a matter of days or a week or two. And he's calling this a genocide. Does this make any sense? It's just so stupid. Like the numbers he is showing are so outrageously fucking dumb. Like again, October 7th, 2023 to 2025. Again, we're assuming of these numbers about like 40,000 civilian deaths, roughly. 2 years to kill 40,000 people, and it's a genocide, but it takes Sudan like a matter of days. It takes Iran a matter of days to kill the same amount of people. How? This actually goes against his argument.
Insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago. Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have been
So no, they're also estimating they're also using estimates based on people that were suspected to be within buildings that got bombed and are trapped under rubble. They also they also look at missing persons that haven't been found, and those also get added to the death toll. So that's not true.
Totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind, and thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves.
Uh-oh, somebody doesn't know what carpet bombing is.
Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they...
Well, so first of all, there's very few starvation deaths, like incredibly few, and it's the few that have actually starved to death, it's mostly infant children. Infant children can literally die within a matter of days from starvation. They're particularly susceptible to it. You can have just sudden cardiac arrest and shit like that. And again, that's not Israel's fault. They're actually bringing in more food than what existed pre-war. The problem is getting the food to the people in Gaza. And one of the big fucking problems with food distribution is Hamas. They are commandeering these aid trucks and stealing everything from these aid trucks, hoarding it, and then selling it for exorbitant prices so that they can make a profit. This has been proven. Even the UN recognizes this. They have recently come out with a statement, again, admitting one of the big factors that are causing food insecurity issues in Gaza was fucking Hamas. They were stealing the fucking aid trucks. There's even video surveillance footage, drone footage, of them shooting and killing fucking aid workers.
They sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents from disease because there's near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide.
Yeah, again, you're talking about, like, at this point, 50,000 civilian deaths over the course of 3 years. So, apparently Israel's really bad at committing genocide. They need help from, like, Sudanese rebels or the Iranian government, the IRGC, because they don't know how to commit genocide well. The Sudanese rebels and the IRGC, they were able to kill the same amount of fucking civilians within a matter of days. as opposed to years for Israel. But yeah, it's a genocide, totally.
Genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza for a single day since July 2024.
You know, I'm noticing he hasn't mentioned that Israel has been facilitating aid this entire time.
Ceasefire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans, likely at...
Where's the evidence for this? Like, he just quickly flashed this...
So the number...
What is the source? He doesn't even show the fucking source. The number of direct deaths, applying a conservative estimate of 4 indirect deaths per 1 direct death to the 396 deaths reported. It's not implausible to estimate that up to 186,000 or more deaths could be attributable to the current conflict in Gaza. I vaguely remember the source for this. Wasn't this some estimate for how many deaths they expect by the end of the war or something? Again, this was flashed on the screen in like 2 seconds. The image shows an excerpt from a correspondence piece published in the medical journal The Lancet, titled Counting the Death in Gaza, Difficult but Essential, authored by Rasha Khatib, Martin McKee, and Salem Yusuf. Oh, those sound like terrorist names. Text highlighted section, up to 186,000 or even more deaths could be attributable to the current conflict, refers to a projection that factors in both direct violent deaths and potential future indirect deaths. So literally the source he just referenced that he took out of context literally says this is the amount of deaths that we expect to see in the future, but are not the current death toll. So he literally lied. He hid the actual source, which was a correspondence piece published in the journal The Lancet that gave an estimate to the amount of to the death figures that are both direct and indirect that they expect to see in the future. Dave lied, and he said, no, there's 186,000 people dead right now. So he lied. He cherry-picked some garbage fucking article in The Lancet, lied about the source, and made up a fucking number that he wants to be true. And this is the fucking guy who's the science educator who says, oh, facts don't care about your feelings. You need to tell the truth. I'm going to debunk all the bullshit. This guy literally went out of his way to fucking lie.
Is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans, likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide.
Literally no evidence for that. Show me the evidence. Again, that fucking article you referenced didn't even say that. You literally misquoted it and made that up.
It is a maximization of...
This guy is such a fucking delusional liar.
...casualties while still maintaining their version of plausible deniability. They also specifically...
Do you ever worry about getting attacked by a pro-Palestinian when you go out for groceries? Well, 1, I live in a white neighborhood, so the likelihood of that is pretty low. And 2, give me an excuse. I'd love an excuse to, make sure they get fed through a tube for the rest of their lives. So yeah, try to commit the Antifada on me. Give me a fucking excuse.
Targeted hundreds of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel.
Here we go. No evidence that any of these fatalities were deliberate fucking killings.
Publicizing the genocide and keeping citizens safe. That's genocide. The continued use...
By the way, some of these doctor deaths, these are radical Islamist jihadists. So, as you'd expect, there's a lot of doctors that decide to go to Gaza because they're Muslim and they have some bias against Jews. What some of these people have done is they were given evacuation orders. They were told, hey, danger close. We're going to bomb this area in like a few hours or a few days. Evacuate and leave. They refused to leave, and then sure enough, they were killed by an airstrike. So whose fucking fault is that? is that Israel's fault? Like, they warned them. So, like, this is just so fucking stupid.
Use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons as documented by human rights.
So, again, the white phosphorus thing is just a fucking meme. Oh my god. He like, this guy doesn't know anything about the fucking Geneva Convention.
Watch an Amnesty
or why white phosphorus is used.
International. That's genocide. It's very easy to get much more granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since.
That's nice. I don't listen to dumb old cunts. What's the evidence? Again, this is just an appeal to authority. Show me the evidence. So far, all you've done is cherry pick some fucking journal correspondence, and you lied about it.
It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of
Great. What's the evidence? Don't tell us about us. Don't tell us about it. Show us the evidence.
International law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people. Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist.
So many of these don't make any fucking sense, by the way. Intent for genocide. No evidence for that. Violations of international law. Yeah, I love hearing about this fucking horse shit. These people will bring up the West Bank specifically, and they literally do not even fucking understand international law and how it applies to the fucking West Bank. They literally misquote, like UN documents and crap. Systematic torture, sexual abuse. That is not true. Like, I saw that dumb fucking article about how Israel trains dogs to have sex with prisoners. Like, that's just fucking horseshit. I'd be willing to believe that, yeah, there's been sexual abuse of prisoners in Israel. Like, it happens in every fucking prison system. That happens in the United States. Doesn't mean it's systematic. Erasure of culture. Yeah, so are Muslims still there? Are they still praying 9 times a day or whatever the fuck it is? Erasure of what culture? Stripping away of dignity. Buddy, these people fuck their cousins. They idolize Hitler. They believe that it's okay to keep women as sex slaves. Like, what dignity did they have to begin with?
For an entire people, Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist. For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment.
My life has become a roller coaster. Death threats, danger, dread after accusing Israel of genocide. Oh, well, now she knows what it's like to be a French artist who draws the picture of the Prophet Muhammad, or what's his name? Salman Rushdie, who published the Satanic Verses. Yeah, Israel are the fucking genocidal, murderous maniacs who fucking send death threats. Yeah, so how many fucking attempts have been, made on your life? You fucking... Like, again, this is some dumb old fucking bitch. Nobody fucking cares if you get death threats from random assholes online.
And threats to her personal safety that I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of...
They did not use starvation as a weapon of war. Even the UN has acknowledged there's no planned starvation. The only reason there's food insecurity issues was because Hamas was hoarding aid trucks.
Conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers as...
Again, these are fucking doctors. They're not combat experts, and they did no ballistic or metallurgic testing to confirm if any of these kids were shot by Israeli soldiers. So this is just biased, retarded reporting.
As we mentioned, UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the...
Great. Whose fault is that? Pretty sure it's Hamas. They're the ones who started this war. What does that have to do with Israel being evil?
Thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is...
Oh my god. Okay, so this leading international organization of genocide scholars, you know what it is? You pay $200 to be a member. That's literally what it is. It's a fraud organization. Dr. Avi is a genocide scholar. He paid the $200 to be on this committee. So it's not a real committee. These aren't genocide scholars. You pay $200 to be a member. That's all it is. And this is what Professor Dave cites. People who paid $200 to claim they're genocide experts.
Cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of
Again, appeal to authority, and some of these authorities are just a complete fucking joke. Not evidence.
Organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify.
He's doing the same thing over and over and over again. Cherry-picking bullshit that says nothing, misquoting papers that he's citing, and then just appeal to authority. Just on repeat, over and over and over again.
This says genocide is never ending. 90% of Gazans displaced. Absolutely all farmland unusable. Continuous blocking of humanitarian aid. Starvation.
They are not blocking humanitarian aid. There is more fucking food within Gaza coming in through aid networks than there was pre-war. So again, if there's any issues with aid, being distributed through Gaza, it's due to Hamas. And again, this has been put out in a statement by the United Nations. By the way, why is this kid so skinny? But like this, I'm assuming this is her mom. Why is she like fat and normal? Does that tell you something that this person probably had some kind of disease to begin with? Like again, anybody with a fucking brain. Oh, this kid is starving, but their parents are like fat. Why would the parents be fat, but the kids are starving? Are the parents stealing all their food? Or the more likely case, this kid's parents are cousins, and this is a deformed incest baby, and it has some kind of genetic disease.
And life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a
Yeah, guess who's conducting those mass executions? It's Hamas.
Club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are
genocide overachiever. Okay, again, you can look at actual fucking genocides that have occurred. Sudan, again, roughly 50,000 people dead within about a week or two. Iran, IRGC gunned down about 50,000 fucking people within a matter of days. But Israel, over the course of 3 years, it's projected roughly that amount of civilians have been killed. So they're not genocide overachievers. They're genocide underachievers, clearly. They get like a fucking D- or just a complete F for committing genocide.
No different from a climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality.
This is coming from the guy who literally deliberately misquoted a fucking text that he flashed on screen for 2 seconds that I had to fucking search with Google Lens that proved he's lying about it.
That we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians, while exclusively
Yeah, that's why so few civilians have been killed over the course of 3 years, whereas, again, other deliberate targeted killings of civilians, the amount of civilians that Israel managed to kill over 3 years, they're able to do within a matter of days.
Targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announced...
So again, I don't have to look up every quote. We know for a fact this was a deliberate misquote. I'm assuming these are all also probably deliberate misquotes.
That they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan...
Again, then why the fuck are there so few civilian casualties?
Infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing.
He does not know what carpet bombing is.
Hospital, every school...
Every hospital has not been destroyed. He is lying and making that up. And again, he provides no source.
Every bakery, every city demolished.
Nope. Dude, oh my god. This is insane. There are, in fact, working Palestinian bakeries. Some of them still have their Instagram pages up. Let me see. Let me see if I can find. Restricted. Give me a fucking break. There's like I don't know the specific names, but there's literally businesses and bakeries open in Gaza right now. It's mostly southern Gaza that's being really blown up, but in northern Gaza there's actually plenty of bakeries and shit that are still, and restaurants that are still operating. You can literally find some of these people on Instagram, some of these businesses. I just can't, like, I can't remember the names, and Google isn't, like, optimized to find searches for me for, like, bakeries in another fucking country in Gaza. But, yeah, they are, in fact, running restaurants and, oh my god, that fucking bitch. Why is there so much stupid You get the idea. He's lying. And again, he cannot provide one fucking single source confirming any of his statements. He is making this shit up.
Refugee tent camps were set up. They bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate.
They didn't just bomb refugee camps. This is just nonsense. Like, it's just every fucking retarded pro-Palestine propaganda talking point, like every 5 fucking seconds. So there were, like, again, Hamas uses human shields. They were just embedding themselves near one of these like safe zone encampments. Israel tried using just a precision strike to take out the Hamas members and minimize civilian casualties. In one of these instances, Hamas hid a weapons cache near one of these encampments, and it blew up, and then there was secondary explosions that caused a fire and killed some people. Israel's not just bombing encampments. Again, if they wanted to just kill civilians, there'd be more than about 50,000 civilian casualties.
Evacuate even though they have nowhere to go and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate and then bomb the safe routes. They designate safe spaces and then bomb those too.
So again, this is just removing any and all context. He's just cherry picking horseshit, lying. Again, Hamas uses human shields. They embed themselves amongst the civilian population. This is why some of this shit happens.
And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it.
No, they don't. That never happened. So again, just more lies and bullshit.
It's complete annihilation combined with twisted...
Complete annihilation, right. That's why only 50,000 civilians have been killed. But the Sudanese rebels, the IRGC, they're able to kill just as many people within a matter of days that Israel has managed to kill within 3 years.
Psychological torture. It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't...
Like, I cannot imagine how the fuck this goes on for another hour. Like, what else could he possibly have to fucking say?
Aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza from day one.
Okay, I gotta take a piss, and I'm gonna get some nicotine gum, because, like, holy fuck, this is just getting mind-numbing. I'll be right back. But, yeah, this is fucking brutal. Oh boy. Let's continue with this absolute fucking mental torture. Dude, this is like worse than fucking Battletoads.
You're not convinced by these images? Too small in scope? Let's get a broader top-down view.
How many milligrams of nicotine do you take? As much as I need. Oh my god. Oh, he is so stupid. So, this, right here, that's, Israel, right? So, notice how, notice how this turns brown? Like, a lot of this visual effect is literally just a transition into, like, a dry season. Like it's oh my god. It literally shows Israel also turning brown and discolored, and it's like, okay, so it stopped raining? Like this is great. Oh look, no difference. It looks the same. It's like, what is he proving? Oh my god. This is so dumb.
Presta atenção nessa cidade, ó. Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheia de pessoas, avenida, cheia de construção. Eu vou mostrar pra vocês como que isso daqui é uma foto de satélite de 2023. Agora, olha como é que ela tá agora. Cadê a cidade? Cadê? Cadê os prédios? Cadê as pessoas? Eu vou tirar o zoom pra você ver o tamanho dessa área destruída.
Again, if you looked at the fucking Dresden bombing, guess what? Yeah, a lot of buildings got blown up. That doesn't mean genocide occurred. If there's bombings, yeah, that's what bombs do. They blow stuff up. Where's the evidence of genocide?
Olha o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha isso aqui. Isso aí é a cidade de Rafah, no sul da faixa de Gaza. Fica na fronteira com o Egito. Essa área destruída, só nessa área destruída ao sul, toda essa área cinza, toda essa área que eu der um zoom aqui, eu vou ver uma área destruída. Essa área aqui é maior do que a área que foi destruída pela bomba de Hiroshima, a bomba atômica de Hiroshima. Qualquer lugar que eu aponte aqui, eu vou ver casas destruídas, destruição, uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto das
boring. I fucking get it.
Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians.
Oh, Mr. Military Expert here says so. Okay, Dave, I didn't know that you were some, like, expert general and commander and had military experience. How the fuck do you figure any of this? Don't you just do chemistry? So what the fuck do you know about what is needed to achieve a military goal in fucking urban warfare? Nothing. So thank you, Mr. I know everything because I can do chemistry. Move the carbon atom to the fucking diggly-doo with the hydrogen. I'm a military expert. Fucking idiot. Like, I played the Call of Duty. In Call of Duty, when you invade the bad guys' town, you just use, the M16 and you shoot them with the ACOG scope. And then if you need to bomb anything, you call in the Predator drone, and the Predator drone goes right on the enemy and none of the buildings are destroyed. I play Call of Duty. I know how warfare is. Israel don't know warfare because I did the Call of Duty. Like, this is just so stupid.
Safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, so notice how they're blowing up roadways. Yeah, that's fucking normal. Oh, fuck. This is why Dresden was bombed, by the way, because it was a really important transport hub for the German military. So just because something is like considered civilian infrastructure or a civilian town for the most part, it doesn't mean it doesn't have military merit or importance. So yeah, when they bomb these roadways, what that does is it makes it much harder to transport troops, munitions, supplies. It destroys a lot of their supply lines, and it just makes it that much harder for a military to actually fucking move around and do shit and strategize and plan and coordinate. Again, sure enough, 2 months after the Dresden bombing, the Nazis were defeated. So yeah, the shit works. Like, this guy, again, I play Call of Duty. There is never a mission in Call of Duty where you blow up road. You only blow up a bad guy with the Predator missile after you get 20 kills in a row. Like, why is anybody listening to some fucking chemistry dork on, again, how to conduct fucking warfare? Like, just, I can't fucking get over this horse shit. Like, oh, they blew up a road. Oh, Israel's genociding the road. Did you see that, guys? Imagine how long it took everybody to, lay down the fucking asphalt. Israel committed genocide on a road. Oh, bro, like, this video is just fucking cancer.
Village after
This
village,
is so
town
dumb.
after town, not individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah,
this is
whose
so
label
dumb.
of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with.
So, buddy, you don't think they fucking warned people to fucking evacuate? How many people would have been in that town? Several hundreds? You ever hear of a fucking news story of an entire town filled with people? Hundreds and hundreds of people just getting blown to bits by fucking Israel? No, because if they bombed a fucking town, they would have told them to fucking evacuate and they would have gotten the fuck out of there. And again, they're bombing it because you don't understand how to conduct warfare. You're a chemistry dork. You don't know anything about how this shit is important, how it affects the enemy's ability to create, like, fucking supply lines, transport troops, all that shit. You're a fucking chemistry dork. Stick to that shit, you fucking moron.
Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism. Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is
Nope. Total fucking bullshit. They're just a radical Islamic jihadist organization. And by the way, Lebanese fucking hate them. They're literally a mafia. One of the big ways they make money is through human trafficking. When they assisted Assad in Syria with killing the rebels trying to overtake Assad, they kidnapped thousands of fucking women, brought them into Lebanon, and kept them as brothel sex slaves. They also assassinate Lebanese politicians who do anything to try to weaken their regime. So, they're literally just Islamic jihadist terrorist thugs that are paid by Iran. Nothing more, nothing less. This guy is literally just spreading terrorist apologia.
the aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label...
This guy is literally calling Hezbollah, a known terrorist organization, the rebel forces from Star Wars. So when Hassan Nasrallah said that they want to exterminate all Jews, can you think of any fucking statement made by the Rebel Alliance that, like, even remotely resembles, like, exterminating an entire race of people? This guy is so fucking cracked. Again, the former leader of Hezbollah literally said he wished that all Jews on earth would gather in Israel so that he could exterminate them in one fell swoop. And then he's saying, oh, they're basically the Rebel Alliance. Like, you can't make this fucking shit up. And again, they're a criminal organization. They're literally like a mafia.
Label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star.
Buddy, they commit human trafficking. They keep women as fucking sex slaves and force them to have sex with men for money.
But again, this level of destruction has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition.
No, that's what you think because you're a fucking idiot who's a chemistry nerd. Like, you have no military experience, you're not a fucking general.
This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build...
Dumbass, the fucking UN told Hezbollah not to go past the Levante, or what was it, the Litani River? They're not supposed to go into southern Lebanon. But guess what they do? So, like, again, this guy who loves to who loves to, cite the UN, Hezbollah isn't supposed to be down here.
Settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you themselves if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
המלחמה בהיבט הנדל"ני. אתה כבר התבטאת לו פעם לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוחמת הצפונית, אבל סתם, תדעו לכם, זה לא מצחיק, יש תוכנית עסקית, תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי אנשים הכי מקצועיים שיש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ. לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו. אגב, אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, ואני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו.
Well, yeah, Israel's not planning to just overtake Lebanon too. There are withdrawals. All the fucking times they say, "Oh, Israel's trying to expand," like they literally don't expand. It's like again, they try to fulfill a military objective and then they just, retreat.
עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזו, אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק, איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי הקרקע אחר כך בעזה, אבל עכשיו, לא בצחוק. את שלב ההריסה, שהוא תמיד השלב הראשון בהתחדשות העירונית עשינו, עכשיו צריך לבנות, זה הרבה יותר זול.
It's not funny. There's a business plan. Thanks to Trump, the real estate mogul, cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth, it's gonna be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, first, you demolish everything. That's always the first phase.
Buddy, the idea that Trump building, like, hotels and casinos and shit in Gaza, like, as if they'd be worse off. So you're against, like, the United States or any foreign investment into Gaza actually building it up into, like, a tourist location that people actually want to visit? So you want these people to stay poor? This guy's such a fucking idiot.
Face. If people are already living there, kill them by the hundreds of thousands if you want. What's the difference? They're not...
So again, we know Dave is lying about this. Hundreds of thousands of Gazans have not been killed.
Not chosen people like us. Murder them, displace them, whatever you have to do. Destroy absolutely everything in the region until not a single building is left standing. Then go in, clear the rubble, and build luxury condos or whatever the fuck you want. Easy peasy. Do you understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort?
Even though that's exactly what they've done?
Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were...
Right, that's why they rescued over 100 of them?
An excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages.
That's not true. Oh my god, the ceasefire hostage exchange deals were a fucking joke, dude. Basically, what happened was, Hamas would say, "Oh, we'll give you hostages in exchange for a ceasefire." And then Israel would say, "Okay, well, how many hostages? How long do you want the ceasefire?" Hamas would say, "Indefinite ceasefire, you're not allowed to return fire, but we can fire at you, we can still launch rockets, and we'll give you like a bunch of hostages, maybe 20, but we're not sure if all of them are alive, so we'll give you some dead bodies." And then Israel would obviously like reject that ceasefire proposal, and then again, Hamas would like just give out propaganda saying, "Oh, Israel doesn't want the hostages. They didn't want to make a ceasefire agreement. They just want war." Like, it's just a complete fucking joke. So again, if Israel didn't give two fucking shits about hostages, why did they save so many? Like, it's just a complete fucking joke.
Hostages being returned, and they refused. In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I'd...
Again, Dave does not understand what carpet bombing is. Again, this guy's a chemistry nerd, not a fucking military general.
Saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition. Belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything...
Oh no, not imperialism, the thing that like created modern society and made everybody more wealthy. Oh no, we need Muslims to stay degenerate fucktards. They need to keep fucking their cousins and committing Islamic terrorism. We don't want fucking imperialism and colonialism. They'll learn how to be civilized.
Thing I was saying came true, that Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell
They're literally pulling back in Lebanon. Like, oh my god, this guy's such a fucking idiot.
it. But if you couldn't see what was happening then, do you see it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out Gaza to keep it, with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Now that they're most of the way there with Gaza,
Like this guy is so insanely remarkably ignorant. Israel does not have the military capability to occupy Lebanon and Syria. They can't. They cannot like defeat their militaries and colonize the nation and keep it as their territory. They have a complete and utter inability to do that. They don't have enough like troops, period. They don't have enough armor. They don't have enough of an air force. They don't have like an adequate amount of supply chains and supply lines to do it. Like in every aspect, they have no ability to do this. So him saying, "Oh, they're going to take over Lebanon. They're going to take over Syria," like this is a brain rotted fucktard who doesn't know fucking anything.
on American military bases being built within the territory, and plans are underway to round up remaining Gazans and put them into concentration camps while they clear out the rubble and start to build new Gaza. You heard that correctly. Zionist Jews are going to put people in concentration camps.
Yeah,
And you heard the other thing correctly, too. New Gaza is already being sold to the American public. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband and haunted marionette, unveiled the plans for New Gaza, which will be luxury resorts as far as the eye can see, with some land carved out for Trump as a thank you for greenlighting all of this. And guess what? If you were one of those folks thinking that Israel's actions are way over the top, but what are you going to do because October 7th? Well, I'm going to take that away from you as well. Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it.
There you go. No evidence whatsoever. Like, again, this is 9/11 truth or shit, where it's like, oh, America wanted 9/11 to happen. Like, it's just retarded.
The music festival taking place just 3 miles from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute. Military response to initial activity was delayed for hours in a way that is difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gaza.
So, no, this is all just complete and utter misinformation. There were Apache crews that were engaging Hamas terrorists along the border, I think within 30 minutes. It took tank crews a little longer to get to the kibbutzes. And again, other security forces, they ended up coming to help within like 2 or 3 hours later. This is extremely misleading. And there's reasons for this. It was on a Jewish holiday. A bunch of military was, like, again, kind of moved around, and it's one of their biggest holidays. So, like, everybody had a day off kind of thing. So this is all, like, retarded, bizarre fucking speculation. It's kind of like the 9/11 truth or shit. Like, oh, all like the Air Force was moved and like they're supposed to be around that area, but they weren't there that day. Like that kind of horse shit.
From the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute. Military response to initial activity was delayed for hours in a way that is difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th, with no justification given.
6:30 בבוקר, 7 באוקטובר, אתה במוצב. אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30. אני הייתי לוחם במחלקת מרגמות בגדוד 13, גולני, ובאותו לילה אני, יותם סור, הסמל שלי תמר בן יהודה, זיכרונו לברכה.
Here's the thing with conspiracy theories like this. There would have to be at least dozens of people who would have known of this plan that, oh, we're going to let October 7th happen. We're going to do all this shit to make sure it happens. If not hundreds, when you have that many people, information's going to leak. Somebody's going to tell their like fucking sister or their mom or feel guilty about it and blab about it to the fucking media. Like information like this gets leaked. So the fact that there has not been any information leaks, assuming this, like, with the assumption this is like an inside job, it just proves it's not some kind of inside job or it was all planned. Something would have been leaked. Somebody would have blabbed to somebody, and it would have gotten out that this was all a planned event to allow October 7th to happen. So it's just retarded. This is just some bullshit anti-Semitic nonsense.
Can you please draw you at a playground in the midst of a roid rage, flexing your muscles, neck tendons bulging, while screaming at some little terrified children, "I can outlift all of you"?
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation. Holy fuck, dude. I really don't want to do this right now. Uh... This is a swing. In case that wasn't obvious. Okay, there is your drawing request. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
שלושתנו עושים לילה לבן. הרשינו לעצמנו בשבתות וחגים במיוחד, לעשות לילה לבן עד לכוננות עם שחר, ואתם יודעים, יש לנו זמן לישון מחלקת מרגמות, עד לכוננות הבאה. אז ב-5:20 בבוקר, אנחנו יושבים ליד הקשר כדי לא להעיר מאזין, והסמג"ד שלי, ניר בוינפלק, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד, פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה. כל התחנות, לא יודע למה, לא יודע איך, משהו בסגנון הזה, אין סיור בגדר עד 9 בבוקר.
You won the lottery, would you quit streaming in YouTube forever? No, I don't think so.
Hello, sir. Extra thanks for being at Artist tonight.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Jobless. Yeah, I don't think I'd quit YouTube and streaming forever. I'd definitely take it like less seriously and not fry my fucking brain sometimes, but yeah, I'd still stream.
5:20 בבוקר.
אז מבחינת קרקע ואויב אין לנו דברים משמעותיים. מבחינת כוחותינו יצאה הנחיה מהחטיבה שעד השעה 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה. אני חוזר שוב, עד 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב אף כלי לא יורד לבורמה. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שואל יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל מתחיל, ואיתמר דופק לנו פרצוף כזה של מה? ואתה יודע, אנחנו חיילים פשוטים סך הכל, לוחמים, לא מפקדים ולא קצינים שנוכל לשאול שאלות, זו הוראה של הסמג"ד, מקבלים את הפקודה הזאת.
Yeah, this is just boring shit. Like again, this is nothing but speculation. He has no evidence. It's 9/11 truth or shit.
Hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due.
God, I live in Iowa, and it's so embarrassing how they idiots keep voting Republican. Even though all they do is run the state into the ground, there are no hospitals or health care. Everyone's only becoming more broke and employment is leaving the state.
Well, that's a shame. Sorry to hear that. Thanks for the donation, Clay. So this guy is saying hundreds of casualties are Israel's fault. I'm pretty sure Hamas were the ones who killed civilians. Like, this guy is literally victim blaming. It's your fault you got raped. You went outside at night without your fucking boyfriend or a man with you. Like, what do you expect? You live in a dangerous neighborhood. Like, it's... Wow. Okay. So, when Hamas terrorists kill innocent civilians, Israel did it still. Like... Oh, fuck me. This is just so bad.
Due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing...
There was no Hannibal Directive. This is complete fucking horseshit. Again, no like, he hides his sources. So, they weren't ordered to carry out the Hannibal Directive. What happened was... By the time Apaches got to the kibbutzes and were right at the border wall, they figured if there were going to be if there were any hostages taken, they probably were already taken into Gaza. They also couldn't tell. They weren't able to tell who was like an Israeli civilian from up high. Obviously, they're in a fucking helicopter, and they had trouble engaging with like who's a Hamas member, who's a civilian, who's like maybe a part of some security force. So they moved away from the kibbutzes and just engaged everyone around the border wall. That's all that happened. There was no invoking of the fucking Hannibal Directive. Again, Geolocate debunked this fucking horseshit like immediately, and he's just citing fucking complete nonsense.
Their own citizens on purpose to prevent...
And by the way, even if this is true, this is not a dunk on Israel. If Israel has made the decision that you're better off dead than being taken captive by Hamas, that shows you how bad Hamas is. Not how bad Israel is. You fucking idiot. Like, what a fucking retard.
Prevent their captivity, including a tank firing on a kibbutz. This is how much Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military...
Oh my god, this is fucking... just so idiotic. Like, what do I have to say? You can see the people who were tortured and killed by Hamas. Like it's not hard to fucking understand why they'd fucking have a policy like that. Again, that's not a dunk on Israel. That's a dunk on Hamas, you fucking moron.
Military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well as friendly fire and Hannibal directive deaths, you're left with a number of civilian casualties that are exceeded by Palestinian deaths on any decent day for Israel since.
Oh my god. Oh, Hamas isn't even responsible for that many deaths. Who knows? They killed so many of their own civilians. Like, again, this is just being debunked by geolocate. It's just complete nonsense. I think there's only been, like, roughly a dozen or so deaths that could actually be attributable to, like, so-called friendly fire. It's not that many.
Since October 7th, and countless days before as well. Gaza was the most heavily monitored population on the planet. Israel knew that this was their opportunity to get 9/11 levels of support for murdering Arabs, and they took it, plain and simple.
Okay, no evidence, just making up bullshit claims. And again, like, if you know anything about, like... If you know anything about, like, how information leaks, it's just so completely implausible. It's just no chance.
Now, if you thought that Israel was only a menace to its Middle Eastern neighbors, think again. Israel is a threat to the United States and every single American too. Let's go over the countless ways that
Oh no, Israel. They're coming for me.
Israel is specifically ruining the U.S. Let's start with some recent news. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli militaries.
No, that's not what this is. So, not anything close. It's kind of like NATO, right? Where they want basically integration between countries. So, like, ammunition standardization is one thing. Fuel standardization between vehicles where you're not... Like, you don't have to deal with, like, fucking, oh, this country uses fucking diesel for their vehicles. This country uses fucking petrol for their vehicles. This country needs, like, fuel with a certain fucking octane rating. This country needs... Like, that's the idea. It's not like, oh, Israel's going to take over the U.S. military. Like, this is just fucking stupid.
Did you hear what I just said? Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military.
This is just, like, this guy is so fucking brain dead. Even the fucking articles he references debunks his horse shit. The plan would integrate U.S. and Israeli weapons research, production, technology, and military operations. Does that sound anything like Israel's going to own the U.S. military? Anything remotely similar to that? Like, this is just brain-dead retardation.
With the military of a foreign country, the one committing genocide. Moving from aid to
So, is this guy against NATO? They do similar things.
partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
while you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that. First, you know all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year? The ones that are...
Yeah, so this is literal peanuts. Fuck. Yeah.
way more fucked up than that. First, you know...
17.9 billion. That is a rounding error. That's a rounding error. That's nothing. The U.S. military budget is going to be, what, $1 trillion soon? And he's complaining about 17.9 billion? That is literally nothing. The amount of money we get back from Israel exceeds that, you fucking idiot. The U.S. makes more money from this fucking partnership, you fucking moron.
Oh, all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year, the ones that are used to murder children, now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and in any amount. Next, the government is trying...
Who the fuck cares? Not everybody's a Jew-hating retard like you.
...to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight...
What?
...for Israel. That would mean that young...
What does he mean, bring back the military draft? There's always been a draft. That never got amended. Yeah, anybody, like the U.S. can call for a draft. What is he talking about? Forgot my namification, doing tillers. I watched Not Professor Dave delete Destiny's comments challenging him to a debate, lol. He deleted it, eh? Wow, what a pathetic fucking coward. It's funny, this video's like half over. He still hasn't talked about Destiny yet. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs.
Yes, this has always been the case. Like, how do you think the Vietnam War happened?
For Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would make the Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems.
No, it wouldn't, you fucking idiot. This guy literally doesn't know anything about what the fuck he's talking about.
Would be integrated into all the highest classification functions of the U.S. military. So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel.
No, that's not how that works.
Including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy...
They have intelligence sharing already. They're not just giving away every fucking military secret. Like, oh, Israel's gonna have the U.S. nuclear launch codes. Like, this is so stupid.
Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel...
He literally does not provide any source for any of his claims. He just randomly, shows some fucking random blog article.
Is another country, a totally separate country from this one. If it were suggested that the American military merge with that of Switzerland, that already would be fucking...
Isn't Switzerland a member of the NATO alliance? So, it's basically the same thing. It's just a military partnership. They're just going to have some cross-compatibility and integration with the military. It's the same thing.
Fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army with a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law.
Show me whenever in history Israel has ever expanded its borders. It hasn't. They took over, part of Egypt for a little while, then they gave it back. Jordan took over the West Bank, and then again after that war, it's weird. It's not owned by Jordan, but Israel kind of controls it, like they did before. They've pushed into southern Lebanon and pulled back several times now. They're not expanding. They have no ability to expand. You are making this up. You don't know anything about the Israeli military. Again, you're a chemistry dork. Talk about hydrogen atoms, you fucking faggot. Jesus. This guy thinks he's a fucking military general.
This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening. Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible to undo, no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself...
No. I don't have to explain any of this. He's just making this up. It's just so stupid.
Formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it. What's next?
Just think of this idea. Israel has a GDP that's 1/20th or something, the United States. Tiny little ass fucking country. Israel's gonna control the government. It's just so ridiculous.
Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground for experimental weapons. New weapons are routinely tested on Palestinian guinea pigs. Who will they be used on next? Whoever Israel wants, including American citizens. The techno-fascism that is taking over the American government is nearly indistinguishable from the Zionist lobby. Take a look at Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Viewers of my channel need no introduction to Thiel. He's a disgusting gremlin who directly finances an overwhelming percentage of the anti-science propaganda I debunk, whether coming from puppets like Eric Weinstein or Christian theocrats promoting intelligent design. CEO Karp proudly describes himself as the most publicly supportive CEO of Israel and never shuts up about how awesome Israel is. Thiel is right there with him. Palantir has a strategic partnership with the Israeli Defense Ministry, providing AI models for the IOF. Basically, Palantir is a key component of Israel's ability to commit genocide. Guess what else Palantir is up to? Huge contracts with the Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir here is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk?
This guy is literally Frank Tufano, just like psychotic, deranged, like conspiracy theories. The Jews are going to control us. Oh, they've got AI systems. They're going to observe everything we do. They're controlling the government. They're coming after me. They have a bot farm that's targeting me. Like this is schizophrenic.
He has a direct relationship with Bibi, agreements with Israel regarding Starlink, AI collaborations, plans for an Israel exclusive.
He has agreements with fucking Ukraine with Starlink. Like, what is any of this? He's a fucking billionaire CEO. Like it's like, oh my god.
Autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Yeah, that's because most of it is foreign propaganda. They've been asked by the US government to censor some of the shit. They didn't have to, but just because they have a moral interest in doing it, they don't want Iran, Qatar, China bombarding their fucking social media platform with like foreign propaganda from adversarial entities. Why would they? Like, this is just so stupid.
Posts, stories, and entire accounts.
And again, a lot of this shit also just plain and simple violates their terms of service. Israel doesn't want to be a fucking gore website. Like, I saw this shit when it was first coming out. People were fucking posting images of like kids' faces blown off. Why would Israel want to be like the new gore website, like fucking like rotten.com or something?
Accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations. If content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct response to requests from Israel's site.
Like again, just think about this. Why would Facebook want gore content on their website where they're rotten.com? Like, same reason they don't allow porn on their fucking website. Like, are you going to make an argument? Oh, they're trying to cover up free speech. People want to show like human sexuality and art and blah, blah, blah. Like, well, yeah, it's Facebook. They just don't want to like have fucking dudes sucking each other off and like ass fucking and all this shit on their fucking platform. Like, it's their prerogative.
An investigation published by DropSite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, you know, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these consolidation of these monopolistic companies that
Oh no, Facebook is controlled by the Jews.
manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government? Ponder that. Then, of course,
They're not complying with requests from the foreign government. They're complying with requests from their government, you idiot.
there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel.
This guy is saying Larry Ellison purchasing TikTok is a bad thing. So this guy wants China to be able to push out brain rot propaganda that is adversarial to the fucking United States interests. This guy wants China to be able to control a huge social media platform where they control the algorithm and can put out propaganda and warp people's minds.
Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison has long-standing personal and political ties with Israeli leaders, and he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly
Good, fuck these people. Based. Larry Ellison's a fucking Chad.
banned in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support.
His wife's actually pretty, right? Doesn't he have a much younger wife? Yeah, that's his wife. This guy's like 80 years old, and he's married to a 33-year-old. Like, this guy's based. Like,
support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign
Here we go. Schizophrenic horseshit. Israel, like as if Israel cares, like watching you go to the store to do your shopping. Like, sure.
Company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens, but also the details.
This, oh my God, this is just so stupid. Yeah, guess what? Israel sells technology to the United States, just like how the U.S. sells technology to Israel. Like, how do you think their Iron Dome system fucking works, you idiot? Where do you think they get their rockets? Their fucking whole Air Force is American-made equipment. Yeah, they make fucking technology that we buy, and we make technology that they buy. Like, what is it? But no, it's a conspiracy.
Of how American law enforcement surveils its population. And the contracts are redacted. Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine guns are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old.
What is this source? Cranes? Military cranes about 30 meters tall fire randomly, almost continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. 3 people. I'm assuming, like, there's got to be more to this. I don't know of any unmanned, like, AI-controlled machine guns being used. Like, this is a new thing that I've heard of. Let's, oh wait, why did I do that? Like, again, he's hiding all of his fucking sources. The provided image compiles reports and claims regarding alleged deployment of remote-controlled crane-mounted mission. So they're remote-controlled, they're not AI-controlled. Human rights groups, local journalists, international reporting state that military cranes equipped with automated or remotely operated machine guns being used in parts of Gaza, resulting in civilian casualties, hitting tent encampments. Okay, whoopee fucking diddly do. So, from what I can tell, these aren't AI operated, they're just remotely operated. I guess he'd prefer Israelis to just be there so that they can get shot at and die?
Old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next? Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from dangerous Antifa? Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun.
Like, the source he linked shows nothing. It just alleges that there's either AI or remote-controlled machine guns. I'm assuming they're remote-controlled, not AI-controlled. So there's a human controlling these machine guns, and yeah, they're shooting at targets that they think are valid targets. Sure, they could be wrong sometimes. Like, what's the difference?
Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison. One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet they will spend their
Well, yeah, the ICE protest thing is fucked up, but I don't know what the fuck that has to do with Israel. What does Israel have to do with ICE?
lives in jail. Why? To establish precedent for labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of.
So the anti-ICE protests have nothing to do with Israel. They have everything to do with not liking ICE. And yeah, there's clearly a politically motivated bias. Like, again, the Trump administration gave pardons to the fucking January 6 rioters, but then they give these crazy disproportionate sentences to the ICE protesters. It's fucked up, but like, why is he talking about this? It has nothing to do with Israel.
Of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals with zero basis? Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted. This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. You're part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize and resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol. They assaulted police officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award them billions of dollars of taxpayer
None of this has anything to do with Israel. He is just being like crazy now.
money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature, and whatever defies the state is terrorism, even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians. This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide are linked to political violence, which just means a legal way to target nonprofit organizations and absolutely any activist they please. Watch lists of suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, opposition to traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are in there. I'm not making up a fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream. What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things. This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from. Other countries are doing the same thing. A new law in Britain gives sweeping powers to executive leadership to determine terroristic threats and imprison protesters, criminalizing journalism and activism, using broad provisions to put people in jail for a decade or more. Germany is on board as well, approving a bill that makes criticism of Israel a criminal offense, punishable by 5 years in prison.
Good. Lock him up.
Supporting a cause or quoting a source that is arbitrarily deemed a terrorist threat will be a crime, and countless people will begin going to jail for defending basic human.
By the way, it's kind of strange that he's complaining about this in particular. It's a much more niche problem with free speech in Germany. Germany has tons of fucking problems with free speech. It's illegal to insult people in Germany. I'm not even making this up. If you call somebody a fat, ugly retard, you can get criminally charged in Germany. I'm not even making that up. That is a much more broad, common problem with free speech in Germany than this. Again, your average normie isn't really going to ever be politically motivated enough or politically engaged enough to ever say something about Israel or Palestine that would end up getting them problems in the legal system. But again, your average person is much more likely to end up with problems with the kind of speech that is, illegal and censored in Germany.
Human rights. What is the justification for such draconian measures? Always, without fail, anti-Semitism. The boogeyman, the hyperinflated threat that justifies ruining countless lives, an embodiment of the toxicity it pretends to fight. Oh, and what will be the last resort if the American public simply will not accept foreign rule? Just ask Israeli defense researcher Benny Sapti. He recently tweeted this: maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Yes.
No, it doesn't sound like a threat. So this guy's saying Israel is going to attack the United States?
Israel can and would commit a terrorist attack on American soil, blame it on Arabs.
What fucking basis does he have to make this claim? This is Alex Jones level conspiracy theory horseshit.
And gaslight the world into supporting a renewed wave of violence on whomever they please, with full American economic and military support. Sounds too far-fetched? Think again. Israel has a history of
Here we go. Yeah, that's great. USS Liberty. But like this is being so thoroughly debunked. The USS Liberty looked almost exactly identical to the Egyptian warships, so it was just a mistake. And there was literally no motivation whatsoever to attack the USS Liberty. Here, I fucking knew it, dude. He would bring this up.
Of this behavior. In 1967, Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and
Yes, because it looked like an Egyptian warship.
killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship.
It looks almost exactly identical.
Of course, you know, since those usually fly American flags.
How are you gonna see an American flag from like a fucking 1,000 meters away? USS Liberty comparison Egyptian. Yeah, Egyptian ship. I'll show you. They look almost identical. Let me see if I can find a comparison. Yeah, the Egyptian ship is smaller, but it actually looks very, very fucking similar, the profile. Yeah, mistaken identity claim. I don't even know if... I'm not sure if that's even accurate. That's Reddit. I wouldn't trust Reddit. Let me see if I can find a video. Okay, that's Reddit again. But they look very, very fucking similar. You can somebody made a really good video on the with this. Yeah, I think this is it. No, that's not it. One claim by Israel is that the motor torpedo captain mistook USS Liberty for the much smaller Egyptian cargo ship El Qasir. We're told that the MTDB blah 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 documents composite digital image of actual pictures purportedly contained in the MTB's ship identification document. Again, when you're looking at these things at a distance, it's hard to tell like the actual size, but again, there's a lot of very similar identifiers between these ships. So, and again, there is no fucking reason America was helping Israel at the time. Why would they attack the USS Liberty? It's just so stupid.
Flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation. Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America in.
They didn't blame it on Egypt. He's making up a story now. They never blamed it on Egypt.
Into war on their behalf. Benny knew he fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs.
So again, the U.S. was giving Israel military aid at the time, and on top of that, they never blamed it on Egypt.
And never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did very recently to the European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured.
They were told not to come. They were illegally entering Israeli territory. And that's what happens.
And raped. Israel did it proudly.
They were not fucking tortured and raped. What a load of horse shit.
And brazenly, with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them. And if serious
Yeah, they were not tortured and raped.
Consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always resort to the Samson option. This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically.
Yeah, based. Why the fuck wouldn't you?
If Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody.
What does he mean, nuke everybody? They don't have a large nuclear arsenal like the United States.
Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means...
Why would they? It would stop them from having nukes.
They aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means they absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America,
What is the problem with that? Let me guess. This guy had no problem with Iran having nukes, right?
The effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing can slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed...
So this guy is saying Israel wants to literally nuke the entire globe? What sense does this make?
The threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So
Right, the international court that's retarded and literally has no evidence.
Trump and Bibi,
and
along
lies.
with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes light of American war crimes in Afghanistan, the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability.
Oh, America bad. I hate America. Why do you live in America, Dave? Why don't you go live in some shithole fucking Muslim country since you think they're so much more moral than the United States?
Is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on U.S. assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the...
You know what's funny? Lebanon gets U.S. military aid. You can literally look up photos on Google of the Lebanese military. They have U.S. military equipment. He probably doesn't know that because he's an idiot.
The trend of this administration, dismantling absolutely any institution which serves the global citizenry, at the behest of a twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war crimes? Destroy the ICC.
I just don't... Like, what does this even have to do with Israel?
It's a trend, and it's one I've been highlighting in my content for a while now. None of...
Yeah, Professor Dave's wife is at least Palestinian. I'm not sure if she's a Muslim, but she is Palestinian.
This is normal. This is not business as usual. This current administration is the beginning of the fascist takeover. It is happening now. They are trying to eradicate democracy. Whoever doesn't see that is blind. Anyone crying about TDS can fuck themselves. This is the moment where we either fight all of this while we still have an outside chance, or we submit to tyranny and accept fascist authority.
Oh, yeah, this guy watches Hassan, or his wife watches Hassan and tells him what to say.
Authoritarian rule. There is not an ounce of hyperbole in anything I've said. The infrastructure for the authoritarian police state is being built and implemented right now. Today. People can sense the changes being implemented by Project 2025 personnel. Public opinion regarding Israel has shifted irreparably even among conservatives.
He hasn't even mentioned Destiny. It's an hour in. I don't know where fucking Destiny comes into this.
Oligarchy knows it, and they are doing everything they can to secure authoritarian control before this term is over, and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock cameras on every corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood. Digital IDs required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against
Here we
it.
go.
With these acts that can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods. They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims.
Yeah, we're gonna have machine gun drones just gunning people down in the street. Yeah.
Of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists according to the state. Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is not a single nook or cranny of any of this shit that doesn't involve Israel. Israel is pure poison, and Zionism is the ideology behind it. An ideology of Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most vile source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like
32A Donny Tillers, did you go under general anesthesia for your knee surgery? Yes. If so, what was that like? You just wake up. You don't even feel yourself going to sleep. You just black out and then you wake up and don't remember anything. Did it just feel like sleeping or different? No, it's like you just black out and then you wake up. You don't have any memory of like being asleep or taking a rest like when you take a nap. Did it alter your consciousness or outlook on life? No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like 100% without a doubt, and anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot? Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and talk about Israel.
What do you mean get back to Destiny? When was fucking Destiny even mentioned once yet?
rose-colored relationship with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro-genocide.
Yes. Let's not. Let's just take everything he says absolutely seriously, even if he's laughing and clearly joking or being hyperbolic.
Supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is just a bunch of
Yeah, that's not what he said.
dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome, according to Destiny. Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
That clip was pre-October 7th, by the way. That's fucking hilarious.
Again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving.
Wow, he's fucking referencing Bad Empanada, the most toxic, lying, anti-Semitic scumbag. Even Hassan doesn't like Bad Empanada.
White flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well,
the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like, why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point, that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage.
Oh, so this is what... Yeah, okay, so they were trying to get close to an Israeli... Israeli armor. They can't let any of these people get close. 32,800 $2. What about when you had your vasectomy? Was that general or local? Is local? I recall you said you felt the whole thing. Yeah, because it was local. Are you scared of having to be under anesthesia again because of that experience? No. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, so they can't let anybody get near armored vehicles because they could have like explosives on them and shit. Tanks don't have perfect like armor. They're particularly vulnerable to underside attacks, and back of tanks are also somewhat vulnerable. So if they have like any explosives on them that are hidden, they could throw it under the tank and blow up the tank. They can't let anybody get close. So, and they know this. So why are they walking here? And why is this camera guy like, okay, well, you guys stand here. I'll go back and watch you get shot. Like this is just fucking weird.
Right here, he sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot, and everything is this is it. It's like Act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry, the tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband. Like, what is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe
Yeah, they're hoping to get shot at, so that they could like. What people don't understand is, like, these are radical fucking jihadist Islamists. They think if they're martyred, they're gonna get some special place in heaven. They don't think like you do. So they probably thought they're, like, worst case scenario, they're gonna die and then they're gonna go to a special place in heaven where they'll get virgins or some shit. And best case scenario, there's just gonna be warning shots fired at them, and again, they can still use that as, oh, Israel's firing at civilians. That's what the whole thing was. Dodo to any tillers you should offer to help coach Destiny on the Gaza problem before he debates Professor Dave, because otherwise he may turn into a cuck and lose the debate. I seriously doubt that would happen. Thanks for that donation there, Dodo.
So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, not these people, I mean these people, actually, yeah, like, have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy? Do we
They are absolutely willing to get shot.
know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is...
Professor Dave has had a meltdown in his own comment section for the past 16 hours, still going as of right now. Yeah, this guy is destroying his own reputation and credibility, and it's also he can get his dick sucked by his fucking wife that doesn't even like him.
Largely a justified action, and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farming for...
That is clearly not a safe zone. They're approaching Israeli fucking armor. They knew they were not supposed to go there. That is a complete lie.
TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence
Here
because
we go.
Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond...
Again, I play Call of Duty. Like, Dota Donny Tillers, can you comment in Dave's comments so he can reply to you because his wife is making him respond to all comments, and maybe you can challenge him to debate too. Imagine 2v2, Dave in Bad Empanada versus Destiny, Giga Chad Vegan. I guess. You literally lied about your sources. Yeah, you literally lied about your sources. You found misquotes and deliberately misrepresented stats like the 186,000 deaths, which were only a prediction, not an actual death count. You just hate Jews, and you'll never debate me or Destiny on the topic because you know you're a liar. Have fun raging out in the comment section and destroying more of your reputation and credibility just so you can make your Palestinian wife happy, who would rather date Hassan than you. There you go. It's probably going to get censored or deleted or something. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it because of her short skirt, but 1,000 times worse. Anyone who uses the term Pallywood is a fucking monster. Once again, if you actually truly want to see what happens in Gaza on a daily basis, you can head over to archivegenocide.com.
So this is a website that's run by a bunch of anonymous hackers. They're probably working for the Iranian and Qatari state. And there's a good chance a lot of these are fake or AI.
And look for yourself. Bring a barf bag. People can meet up in Israel, giving advice to young IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
There we go, IOF.
I do have this little worry that in the media and in the global, opinion, it's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier. It's not.
Think it's gone already? Yeah, I can see it. I don't know, though. Yeah.
It's absolutely, the opinion is really bad, yeah. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, go into a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians, and when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes like a little trophy. If you didn't know that IOF soldiers do this all the time, now you know. Anyway.
Like, what exactly are we complaining about here?
Like, Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show, but you guys, stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide. Keep it to yourself, okay? By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024, where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was...
By the way, he also went into the West Bank, and he interviewed Palestinian officials who said the Palestinians are just hell-bent on killing Jews, and you cannot get them to agree to any kind of peace negotiation because they'll basically be considered the Uncle Toms of the Muslim world. Like he's ignoring that. Ali donated $2. Notice how incredibly emotional Dave is on uniquely this topic. So much ideological slime attached to this topic. Sad. You and Steven have good epistemic hygiene. I do, not Steven. Dave has just seen too many graphic videos. No, it's all his wife. His wife is Palestinian, and she would rather date Hassan than Dave. And she's just telling Dave what to do. And Dave's listening because he hopes that'll help him get his dick sucked, but his wife doesn't have any interest in him. She just wants to fuck Hassan. Thanks for the donation, Allie.
Was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip. Here he is with Eylon Levy, the shit stain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the guy who sold the world on this genocide more than anyone else. He's the one who amplified narratives about beheaded babies and a baby in the oven on October 7th that definitely didn't exist. Hamas using Palestinians as human shields when that's actually what Israel does.
Israel does not use human shields. I'm pretty sure he's referencing some of the security operations in the West Bank where they'll ask like a family member to like knock on a door so that like the people they're interested in arresting open the door and then they can rush in. That's not the use of a human shield. The FBI, the police, they do stuff like that all the time where they'll ask for help opening up a secure location, like, you know, by a family member or compromised individual. It might be a criminal that they arrested and got to agree to help them for a reduced sentence, stuff like that. That's not the use of a human shield. If he's going to say that's using a human shield, then the police and FBI use human shields. It's just fucking stupid. And again, him claiming Hamas doesn't use human shields. Even the UN recognizes that Hamas uses human shields.
The ultra-sophisticated Hamas bases under the hospitals that were never there, shouting about how anyone
They were in fact there.
exposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as
They're not.
illegal settlements continue to expand against international law.
They're not illegal settlements. He doesn't know anything about international law. The law regarding like the settlements, it mentions specifically that you can't have a settlement inside a state. The West Bank isn't a state. They were owned by Jordan at one point, then Jordan gave up ownership. So the West Bank isn't a state. So Israel has every right to make settlements there. He just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Law, and a Kahanist who served as a political advisor to Ben-Gvir. Here he is with Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who tried to whitewash the 1948 Nakba, which is the true beginning of this campaign of ethnic cleansing and dispossession of Palestinians.
That's not true. There were massacres against Jews far before then.
He also did a 2-on-2 debate with Benny against Norman Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel, Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician, and Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier, Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has long playlists with way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. We won't.
So, by the way, I saw that clip where Destiny went into the West Bank.
Pfeffer lists with way more Palestinians home. We won't.
Yeah, that one. That video where he was in the West Bank, where they were talking about, you know, the Palestinian home thing. I explained this earlier. The West Bank ended up getting occupied by Jordan. Once that occupation ended and Jordan pulled out, there was a bunch of Palestinians and Jordanians who literally stole Israeli homes and squatted in those homes. And these people are getting evicted because they're squatting. And like Israelis have just gone to court to reclaim possession of the home they own. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Your comments already gone. He's def watching his comments. He's like commenting from only 30 minutes ago. 100% won't debate anybody or apologize for his fake sources. Crazy that YouTube allows this shit to stay monetized. Yeah, but they'll give me strikes and ban me over just complete fucking horseshit. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Even the full lineup. He has long playlists with way more by Israel to publish content to brainwash American liberals into denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat Al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking.
This guy thinks a single Palestinian poet was targeted in an Israeli airstrike that would have cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Like you're probably talking about like like 80, 90, $100,000 range for one guy.
Out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time, including and especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going into a country that has been kept on a caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in. Where are all the people dying for starvation? Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians.
These are kids with genetic birth defects. This kid, that was a confirmed genetic birth defect. But all of them have genetic birth defects. Notice how the mother is like normal weight and not starving? You can just see this person's hands. Notice how they're normal weight. Notice how she's normal weight. This kid is normal weight. But it's only this kid and this kid. They have genetic deformities. These people marry their first cousins, and they probably just marry even closer family members too. So these are all birth defects. This isn't starvation. Like, this guy is literally an idiot. This one was widely publicized and debunked. And again, like, just use your fucking brain. Why isn't this person starving but their kid's starving? Is she stealing all of her kids' food? Like, it's just retarded.
Have died of
These are retarded, fucked up incest babies.
Malnutrition and starvation during this genocide. He asks where the dead people are and can't
Retarded incest babies, you fucking idiot.
even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another genocide-supporting piece of shit and incredible disappointment of a human being. Who knows? He may deserve a video at some point as well.
So you don't even deserve to be in
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah,
you tell me. Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel's preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated
Why
by
were cookies
military.
being prevented from going in?
And
what were
potato
casting
chips.
rockets fueled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah.
With sugar and fruit and fertilizer. Yes, that's how they made the early rockets. The first generation that was
we're going to
literally
deny Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used for
First of all, Israel had allowed back in because they weren't.
The cookie thing is, like, Israel does this. If there's like some terror attack in Israel, they try to deny like sweet goods. Like, that's it. They don't starve anyone though. It's like, oh, they just retaliate by saying, okay, you don't get cookies anymore. You can get rice and flour and beans and all that, but like they'll just block cookies from coming in because they're just pissed off that there's terrorists that are going to enjoy some like nice snack food. So that does happen, but again, that's not starvation.
That's right. There has to be a blockade to prevent food from getting to starving Gazans because they will use the sugar to make rockets. That just came out of his dumb fuck face. Starving 2 million people to death is...
Let's see. Not starving, 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 not starving. I literally don't see anybody starving. Why do they all look normal weight, dumbass?
Cool, because we can't have tiny dinky little rockets damaging a bus stop while Israel continues to carpet bomb Gaza.
Oh, so it's okay for Palestinians to kill Jews. Only like 1 or 2 Jews will die from a rocket like that. No big deal.
On a regular basis. Fuck me, what an asshole.
Genocide is a special crime that has 2 elements. One of the elements requires some kind of like, destruction of a people or taking away of their children or sterilization, something like that. An obvious thing. But the second part is a highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique. And there are so many things related to genocide that don't apply to modern military conflict that you should take note of, because when you start to apply genocide in the way it's being applied to Israel, it basically would be applied to every single conflict.
No, it wouldn't, you delusional asshat. Israel's genocide is not a military conflict. Palestinians don't have a military. They're a prisoner population being indiscriminately slaughtered while their land is demolished and stolen. That's why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening.
My wife told me to say this.
In the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed, and yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going.
You understand? Just as a real quick thing, you understand that transfer
that
general problem with Arabs.
How silly! My BFF Benny Morris told me so.
Like, I think a broad general problem with Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe, like, Jewish conspiracies are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. The Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of them believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah. It's probably a problem.
This is a fucking insane thing to say out loud. Arabs in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist...
This guy is complaining about the fall of the Ottoman Empire and the British occupation. Buddy, like, do you just want them to live in mud huts their entire lives? Like,
militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire
my
bloodlines
God.
while stealing entire.
So this is just horseshit. Palestinians were committing massacres against Jews back into the 1920s and 30s.
Entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while.
So this is just complete horseshit. This map makes absolutely no sense. This whole section of land here, which is now southern Israel, this was all desert wasteland, no one occupied. If you actually look at populations that lived in this area at this time, like this whole area, they're all concentrated mostly in northern Israel, and there's some here and some here. No one lived in this area. It's just desert wasteland. So when he shows, oh, look, Israel took all this, it was worthless desert no one lived in. No one
Why
lived
would
here.
Israel send in food aid trucks into Gaza if they're trying to starve them? Dave is so retarded, I swear, man. Hamas steals the aid.
Again, none of this has to make any sense. All they have to do is spread bullshit propaganda in the hopes that people who don't know any better fall for it and believe it. That's all this is. But thanks for the donation, Trump. But yeah, Dave is such a all of this is just so retarded.
While a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking.
This guy literally doesn't know what apartheid is. The original partition plan for Israel, there's going to be a massive Palestinian minority. You're talking about 40%. Palestinians decided to go to war with Jews because they didn't like the partition plan. They lost. Then basically Israel stuck to the idea of the partition plan where Palestinians would get Gaza and the West Bank. And again, Gaza and the West Bank aren't part of Israel, so there's no apartheid. It's just outside of Israel. The Palestinians that do live in Israel, they not only do they have the exact same rights and freedoms, they actually have more. They're not required to join the draft. So they don't have to go to war with Israel. So not only do they have the same rights and freedoms, but they don't even have to go to war.
Conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family members slaughtered, their homes stolen with all of their
Yeah, because they tried to kill Jews.
Possessions inside. If someone came to your house with guns, murdered a few members of your family, and then forced the rest of you to leave with just the shirt on your back while they kept your house and all your stuff.
Well, if I killed that person's family first, that would be understandable, wouldn't it?
Your hatred of those people would not be based on any fucking conspiracy. And this is not ancient history. There are people still alive today that were displaced during the Nakba, and many more from 1967 when Israel did it all again.
That's nice. You don't know anything about this.
Again, these are victims of Western colonialism and a cult of Jewish supremacy.
What does he mean, victims of Western colonialism? They would have been even more broken poor. And again, the reason they got displaced in the first place was because they went to war with Jews.
But this kind of dismissive bullshit doesn't work on American supporters of Palestine either. People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale. It's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish.
This guy thinks he sounded smart, but he just sounds like a schizophrenic whack job like Alex Jones.
And non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant.
There is a very clear anti-Israel bias that is completely and utterly false.
That to deny it is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who?
The Jews, yeah.
Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok,
Oh my
and for the
God.
exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape, while also having their hands in military
The Jews are controlling everything. I'm not an anti-Semite, it's just true.
AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, The Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files?
Oh no, the guy who wants to go into space so Jews don't have to deal with any bullshit on Earth. Oh yeah, so horrible.
What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists.
So
funny how that works, huh? Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government. To deny the overwhelming Israeli influence on American politics is even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent $126 million supporting pro-Israel candidates and smearing anyone who dares utter a word against them, which is why not a single Republican senator or representative, and even very few Democrats, will publicly oppose Israel. This is a foreign country severely influencing U.S. elections and undermining the democratic process. This shit runs so deep that it even trickles down to positions that have nothing to do with foreign policy.
Dude, it feels like I've been watching this for 10 fucking hours. Oh my god. Oh, it just feels like time is moving so fucking slow. Oh, this is like the most horrible torture.
Check out this clip from when Mamdani was running for mayor of New York. Hey, candidates, first foreign visit as mayor. Where would you go?
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is...
Oh yes, Mamdani, I have no problem with Globalize the Intifada, and my wife cheered on the October 7th attacks. Yeah, he's definitely not an anti-Semite.
Always considered significant. Where would you go first? That's right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility...
They all say Israel. Oh, they're all controlled by Israel. Oh, see, Israel controls everything.
They're so excited and so proud to brag about how much they love Israel, the genocidal ethno-state, and how, as the mayor of New
It's not an ethno-state.
York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that? This isn't the president, not the secretary of state, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor. It makes no sense. Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so
yeah, and he also cheered on the October 7th attack, which is not a thing a normal person would do.
Thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken. Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you mentioned anti-Semitism last. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or important as debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You helped me deprogram for my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it, one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie. Avi is a Zionist douche, using the Zionist playbook of deception and victimization. And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you even know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception is
Buddy, this guy literally full-on said he supports Hezbollah, an Islamic terrorist group funded by Iran. Yeah, you're a fucking Nazi.
engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior. Any assault on Zionism must be an assault on Judaism as a whole because they say so, no matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is. Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless
pretty much is. Like, again, isn't the figure like 90% of Jews support Zionism?
Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping the benefits of its imperialism, and there are countless anti-Zionist Jews. Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist.
These are a very small fucking cult of retarded, insane Jews. I think there's only about like 5,000 of them worldwide. These people are like pathetic retards. They also refuse to go into the military draft. Like they're like yeah, just this very small cult of like strange Orthodox Judaism, and then this guy's like, "Oh, I found a pick-me Jew. See, even Jews agree with me." Like, okay, well, guess what the fucking son of the Hamas leader said about fucking Hamas? Like, I mean, we can find pick-me's wherever, dude.
Zionist ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them?
Yeah, it's because they're crazy. Nobody likes them. Look at how they're fucking dressed. They're obviously nuts.
Serves those anti-Semites right, don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic,
They're not just Orthodox Jews.
you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in
He doesn't even, like, he has no clue.
defiance of Zionist ideology. They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who conflates Judaism with Zionism or anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Israel constantly does, and as Destiny just did, is a worthless anti-Semitic piece of shit. Zionism is anti-Semitism. I'm gonna say
How in the fuck could that possibly be the case?
that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionism is a disgusting...
This is like saying Sharia law is Islamophobia. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And
Buddy, for how many, like, thousands of years? Like, it's even mentioned in the Quran. Like, it's just recognized Israel's the land of the Jews. How is this, like, what?
Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is
No, they're just retarded dumbass fucking pick-me's.
their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy as Nazism is to white supremacy. They are...
So again, is this guy against Muslims having their own countries and states? Is this guy against Iran? Is this guy against Egypt, Jordan? Like, how many fucking African countries are majority Muslim? Turkey, so again, it's wrong for Jews to have their own fucking land, but Muslims can, across many, many countries.
Are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. I guess Destiny's little pea brain isn't big enough to wrap his head around that. Are you really implying that anyone who is Jewish can lie about science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite?
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
Avi lies a bunch about science. I exposed his lies, and in response, he just called me an anti-Semite. Exactly like the Zionist lobby that banned me from Twitter.
You are an anti-Semite.
And tried to smear me for exposing their lies and propaganda. Same tactic. Literally 1 minute prior, you listened to Avi say he puts a viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims, while making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that. He was exposed by me, therefore I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass? Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this tired angle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic. It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally
This couldn't possibly be an ad, right?
listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense.
This sounds like it's going down the Henry Ford International Jew route where, all the Jews in Israel are fake. They're actually satanic worshippers, and, they're trying to take over the world.
Since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why the...
Yes, that's probably because they have a family lineage that shares European ancestry. Like, people... Why do you think I'm not, like, pitch black? Yeah, my mom's white, my dad's black. Does that mean I'm not black technically? Like it's just weird what he's saying.
These ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli...
That's not true. Anybody in Israel can order a 23andMe test. What they can't do is we have similar laws in Canada, there's similar laws in the UK, there's similar laws all across Europe. You cannot test somebody else's genetic material. Basically, it just violates medical privacy laws. It's the same with Canada. You can order 23andMe tests for yourself, but you can't get somebody else's genetic testing done. And they only make certain exceptions for like court orders for like paternity tests, stuff like that. The UK, for instance, it's actually illegal in family court to order paternity tests. So it's retarded. Like, he has no clue what he's fucking talking about.
Pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not
Yeah, so no local retail sales. Pharmacies and local shops do not stock commercial direct-to-consumer DNA ancestry kits. That doesn't mean you can't order an ancestry kit from 23andMe, you fucking idiot.
Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim.
Like, by the way, there is fucking research, genetic research in Israel. Like, what is he talking? Like, it's just nonsensical lies. This is a conspiracy theory that's been going on for like 100 years now. Henry Ford published The International Jew, which originated from fucking some anti-Semitic horseshit from Russia. They were making this claim that Jews are all fake. They're just like Satanists who pretended to be Jews to try to take over the world. This is what this originates from. This guy doesn't understand the fucking medical privacy laws in Israel. Again, Canada has similar medical privacy laws. So does the UK. So does a lot of Europe. There's nothing unique here. They're not trying to hide their DNA and ancestry so they can just like fake the world and like believing they're Jews when they're really not. Like, it's so stupid.
To a region that they're not from. Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously, but over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is in stark contrast with Palestinians who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity, along with Mizrahi Jews.
Okay, so because Romans kicked out the fucking Jews, they're not allowed back in? Like,
who, by the way, experience systemic discrimination in Israel, which is socially and politically dominated by European Ashkenazi Jews. It's almost...
Didn't he literally just make a point that Jews are discriminated against other Jews in Israel? Like, this is so bizarre.
Almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, wouldn't you say? You can talk about the etymology of the word anti-Semitism all you want, and that's totally fine, but the facts regarding biology remain, and that was the main point I was making. Europeans pretending to be Middle Eastern has the same vibe as some...
Yeah, so he's literally referencing Henry Ford International Jew. That's what he's doing here.
Karen in Massachusetts bragging about being 3% Cherokee Indian. This claim to ancestral land that Zionists espouse in order to justify murdering people and stealing their homes is total horseshit. We all originated in Africa, so white people should be able to steal African homes too, yeah?
Yeah, they should. Like the idea that if white people colonized Africa, it would be worse. Why do you think everyone's trying to get into South Africa? Because it's like one of the few good countries in Africa because whites live there. Like it's so retarded. Like, everything gets better when white people colonize. The idea that like anything would get worse is just fucking retarded. Like what Rhodesia is another good example. Again, when whites controlled Rhodesia, everything was better. There was a big booming economy. It was growing. People made money. It was safe. And then what happened? The Chinese and Soviet Union funded pro-communist rebels to fight the white Rhodesian government. They ended up not receiving support from Britain because of this like fucking white colonialism racist thing. They ended up losing that war. What happened? More violence, more crime. Everyone's more broken, poor. And if you go to what is Rhodesia called now? Fuck. What it? Why am I? Help me out here. Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. So now if you go to Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia, everybody who lived through that time period where it was Rhodesia and it was controlled by whites, they'll all tell you it was better when whites controlled Rhodesia. Once the commie fucking backed rebels took over, and then it became like basically black controlled again, everyone got more poor, there's more crime, violence went up, everything's more expensive. So like this is just fucking retarded. Colonialism's fucking based.
A little moot since Africa was very recently the victim of European colonialism for about 100 years, but still, the logic stands. Hey Avi, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. What does that have to do with it? What does being a lying, manipulative, gaslighting fraud in order to get away with scientific fraudulence have to do with his political ideology that involves lying and manipulating and gaslighting constantly in order to get away with war crimes? That's a serious question.
My scientific, can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fear...
Why doesn't he have that discussion with you? What are you so afraid of? Why are you scared of debating destiny, dipshit?
Oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith. I'd love to see that. There's nothing deep about it. Anyone with a moral compass is anti-Zionist. Many Jews have a...
This is like saying, oh, if you think it's racist to enslave blacks, then why don't you talk to Tommy Sotomayor? So, like, you can find pick-me's of any race, any religion, any fucking group. Like, none of this means shit. So again, if you think you're so right and Destiny's a moron, debate him, or debate me. You're never going to do it because you're a lying piece of shit.
A moral compass. Are you seeing the Venn diagram?
Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country? Like, I don't even know if that's like a position that people have. I think people are generally just like, oh yeah, I mean, they should, but I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. I don't know, but I mean, we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have like a unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
You're kind of missing the point here, champ. This is the old, but why can't Jews have a country bullshit talking point. First, ethnostates are bad. Equality.
Ethnostates are bad? Okay, I guess like most Muslim countries should be destroyed then because they're pretty racially homogenous. I don't even know how you exactly define an ethnostate because everybody's going to like define race differently. It's a cultural concept. Secondly, Israel isn't even an ethnostate. Don't they have like a 10 or 15% Arab minority?
Equality is good. Supremacy of any...
Yeah, there's equality in Israel. Does he not even... like, he has to understand the borders, right? Palestinian Arab Israelis who are Israeli citizens, not only do they have the same rights and freedoms, they also don't have to sign up for the draft. They're not required, they don't have any mandatory military service, so they have more rights, in fact.
Any group of people over another being codified into the laws of a nation is bad. But
it's not codified into the rights of the nation. Gaza and the West Bank aren't part of Israel, you fucking retard.
More important is the fact that this particular...
This is like saying the United States is an apartheid state because Mexicans living in Mexico can't enter the United States without, like, special exceptions, like they need a visa or something.
Ethnostate was established on inhabited land through the slaughtering and dispossession of the indigenous population.
So that's not true. Israel was legally buying land in Palestine. World War I happened. Ottoman Empire fell. There was no people known as Palestinians. These were just isolated groups of fucking Arab tribes living there. They had no national
Telling
identity.
Descendants of persecuted Polish Jews to go move to Poland where their families got holocausted for being ethnically Jewish, is peak anti-Semitism. Far leftists are legit worse than far-right Nazis. At least the far-right don't pretend to be SJWs.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Like, this guy is, like, literally referencing Henry Ford, so... Thanks for the donation, Holy Diver. Yeah, and there was no Palestinian national identity. There's no national identity. These were just Arab tribes living around that area. So, again, like, this idea that they're displaced, it just makes no sense. If they have no national identity... And they displaced themselves. They were the ones who decided to go to war with Jews because of this, like, Islamic fucking bullshit.
That's the more bad part. If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust, and over 80% of the country is open land, very few people would have had a problem with.
This guy is saying Jews should have created Israel in Germany after the Holocaust. What the fuck? Like, this is just so bizarre.
That it's the ethnic cleansing that's got everyone upset.
There was no ethnic cleansing. Again, the initial partition plan, there's going to be a huge Palestinian minority in Israel, about 40%.
You get it now?
The real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel because that's the only Jewish country.
No, we're saying that Israel shouldn't have the right to murder and displace anyone they want, the thing they've been doing on a daily basis since the state of Israel was established.
But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims and that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for. It's like really. I don't want to get into this. I don't give a fuck.
You don't want to continue rambling because you sound like an idiot. People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along just fine. Jews could have emigrated in large numbers to the Levant after the Holocaust and integrated into existing societies, including Palestine.
So, first of all, there was no Palestinian national identity. These were just tribes living there. So, and they were legally buying up land. So like, again, like a stateless society that was owned by the British, where the Jews had already bought up a fuck ton of land and had been living there historically. And this guy is saying, what a bizarre idea. Like, what does he think, like, what, like, he hasn't even made an argument for, like, how Jews, like, he's just ignoring all the fucking history here. So there was a partition plan for the state of Israel, and then, like, he's saying Jews just started killing Arabs. Like, this dude's just a fucking liar.
They didn't do that. Zionist militias went in and started murdering and stealing.
Yeah, he's literally saying that. He's literally ignoring that Palestinians started the war first and tried to kill Jews.
Everything. Pretty big difference. Anyway, at this point, Stevie got tired, realized...
So he's literally rewriting history and saying Jews just decided to randomly start killing Arabs.
That my video on Avi was hard science wall to wall, except for the 2 or 3 comments I made on his Zionism, which he failed miserably to address honestly, and he spent the rest of the stream, which was the overwhelming majority of the
Technically, the Ottoman-occupied Levant was apartheid, non-Muslims had to pay a jizya, and were second-class citizens. That's pretty fucking hilarious.
Stream looking at something else. Of course, that didn't stop him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those clicks, right, Steven? Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy, as if the genocide denial wasn't enough.
Is he gonna bring up Pixie?
Here's a few other tidbits. Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means, like, white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing.
Oh
Holy
boy,
shit, this
who
fucking shit
fucking
needs to stop. It
cares?
needed to stop a long time ago.
White supremacists should mass murder protesters.
Fans will give when he says on his attraction to the...
Like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are, like, hot as fuck that will, like, try to send you pictures to, like...
Gay. Retarded. Gay. Retarded.
Dude, I gotta piss. I can't fucking wait
Gay.
for this. Okay, thanks for the donation on Wib.
Like, fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that. I think
Okay, none of this
No,
fucking matters. So
though
he's
a-
just... So this is all... Oh, Destiny's just a bad person in general. He said some things I don't like.
I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that
Grooming, right?
definition scuffed in...
Beard and exploit its laws to evade justice, especially Zionist Jews, of course.
Yeah, here we go. Israel's harboring pedophiles. Heard that one before.
Maybe that's why he's getting so cozy with Israel? Food for thought. A Semite who entertains Holocaust denial. How fucking hilarious is that? Anyway, we can go ahead and wrap them by exposing your...
Okay, that was just horrendous. Yeah, so Dave's a fucking retard. Pretty sure my comment got, like, deleted. I can still see it, but... Yeah, pretty sure my comment is censored. Yeah, he probably banned me. Again, Dave's a lying coward. He refuses to debate me. He's going to refuse to debate Destiny. Apparently he deleted Destiny's comment too, and he's just going to have a fucking stupid gay rage freak out. But I gotta piss, and it's also late, and I need to get to bed. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow. The plan is to do a workout stream tomorrow. I think my shoulder's going to be fine. I did a bit of a harder, chest shoulder workout today, but if my shoulder isn't fucked up and inflamed tomorrow, then I'm going to stream